workflow on Monday.com.
You build your own workflow? Why? There are
White. It's an African one. Yeah.
Good morning. Let's sit down so that we can start.
This my African hands, them gon' love you. Yeah. My African lips, them gon' kiss you. Whoa. My African hips get down for you. Whoa. My African legs, them gon' run to you. Whether you come here to break dance, I mean you come here to shake hands. You come here to make plans. Never would you reach that motherland. Whether you come here to rock with me, oh, I mean not to find you, oh, everything they oh, never would you reach that motherland. Anywhere you go, London, USA, nowhere be like Africa, nowhere be like home. Anywhere you go, New York, Chicago, nowhere be like Africa, nowhere be like home. Biko eruya wayo, wayaka, karibu kiki, utapewa nini, ayayaya weruya wayo, wayaka, karibu kiki, utapewa nini.
This my African answer will squeeze you, yeah. My African ears will listen to you. My Kenyan legs will run to you, yeah. Now come on, umekuja to break down, umekuja to get down, umekuja to take chance. Hakuna matata, eh. Kama umekuja kulipa la, eh. Kupiga densi, oh. Hapo ulipo, eh. Kata kiuno, yo. Anywhere you go, London, USA, nowhere be like Africa, nowhere be like home. Anywhere you go, New York, Chicago, nowhere be like Africa, nowhere be like home.
Biko eruya wayo, wayaka, karibu kiti, utapewa nini, ayayaya weruya wayo, wayaka, karibu kiti, utapewa nini, lele. It's an African one. Yamira Kate. Soldier come, soldier go. Your home now your home. Irreplaceable. Anywhere you go. London, USA. Nowhere be like Africa. Nowhere be like home. Anywhere you go. New York, Chicago. Nowhere be like Africa. Nowhere be like home. Biko eruya wayo. Wayaka. Karibu kiti. Utapewa nini? Ayayaya weruya wayo. Wayaka. Karibu kiti. Utapewa nini? Lele. Africa, Africa, yeah, yeah. Sweet like mango, baby.
Well, hello there. I'm on the streets talking to people about Uber One, a membership that saves you money on Uber and Uber Eats. First things first, Uber One. Talking zero.
Where you go, remember the road that will lead you home. No matter where you go, remember the road that will lead you home. That will lead you home. That will lead you home.
Hello, hello, hello.
No matter where you go,
Hello?
remember the road that will lead you.
So if you know this bell, then there's no need to remind you to sit down and also keep quiet.
No matter
Yeah?
where
If you know this
go,
bell. If you sit
remember the
somewhere,
road that will lead you.
you need a meeting with the ancestors. But anyway, it's not that. If you
That
are in
will
this
lead
room,
you.
please, it's a reminder to please take a seat. This is another reminder that the seats at the front are not for decoration. Yeah, backbench attendance, please. We are doing that. Have a seat as we get ready to start.
The mic is more civilized than myself.
That will lead you.
Are you excited? Are you excited to be in? Are you excited? Welcome, Anisha, Mariana, I feel. Bobby, Abel, I see so many familiar faces and unfamiliar faces, which I believe at the end of this conference will be all too familiar. So I have my amazing co-host, who I believe is a familiar face, and I'm going to introduce him. So welcome, my dear co-host. You look amazing in black.
I wish I could pull my African traditional wear like yourself, but thank you, my Lynette friend. Good morning, everyone. Bonjour aux francophones qui sont dans la salle. Right.
Yeah, we are united in diversity. And I know also you didn't rock the African beats just because you didn't have it. But
Yeah, originally I'm an Igbo man, so you guys know how we roll when we come out traditionally. But I'm saving the best for the last, so it's okay. Half today. It's all yours.
sis, I'm just thinking we have so much that is planned for this 10th edition. Is it 10th even? It feels like it's the
It feels like the 10th edition, but
yeah,
it's
and
just the 10th year anniversary.
absolutely. And I'm curious to know, to hear from a few people, what are they looking forward to? So maybe randomly work to somebody. And if you can speak in a language that is different from the one I'm speaking, and if she speaks in one language, then if I come to you next, speak in a different language. Let's just see. So tell us what your name is, which community you're from, and what you're looking forward to. And if this is your first Indaba.
Okay, greetings everyone. Thank you for the session. I'm Spetangani Njiningube from Zimbabwe. My username is Peter. This is my first time to attend the Wiki Indaba, and I'm so excited. I'm looking forward to learning how to manage community groups and how to edit on Wikipedia. I just can't wait.
Et nous avons aussi ceux qui viennent de l'île de Madagascar. Some people came all the way from the Penguin Island, Madagascar. Yeah, and I think this is your first time here. C'est la première fois. Donc, qu'est-ce que vous expectez de la conférence? Et tout d'abord, d'où vous venez, votre communauté et tous.
Bonjour à tous. C'est Angia de Madagascar et j'ai aussi ma collègue ici, Mariella. Moi, c'est Anaïs 171 et Shiroka. Désolée. Shiroka 77. Oui, il y avait déjà quelqu'un qui était à Wiki Indaba l'année dernière, mais pour nous deux, c'est la première fois. Et c'est aussi la première conférence après l'obtention de l'affiliation en tant que user group. Et notre aventure officielle commence là maintenant. Et on a envie de collaborer, de connaître un peu plus sur cette belle aventure. Et nous sommes ouverts et on va faire votre connaissance aussi. Merci.
Thank you. They are looking forward to a lot. For those of us who don't understand French collaborations, this is their first conference as an athlete. For those of us who may not know, they just got affiliated some few months ago. So give it up for them, by all means. Thank you. Over to you, Winnie.
Asante sana Seslaus, and now tukielekea East Africa, where Swahili is one of the most spoken languages in Africa. Tuambie Pelagia, habari ya Tanzania?
Nzuri.
Unafurahia nini katika hii Wiki Indaba? Tuambie.
In Swahili or in English? Swahili. Yeah. Hello everyone. Pelagia from Tanzania. We speak. Okay. So us kutoka Tanzania tunafurahia because sababu ni mara yetu ya kwanza kwa South Africa. Kwa hiyo ni muda mzuri wa sisi kuenjoy kwa South Africa.
Asante sana. We had to go the Swahili way because we are welcoming you to Nairobi next year for Wikimania. So it will be good if we introduce you to the Swahili people so that you learn a thing or two before you come, right?
Yes.
So Seslaus, we have new things in Wiki Indaba this year. One of it is an exciting tech innovation. Tell us about that.
So we have the new chick on the block. She's ever ready. Anytime is the right time for her, and I don't even know how they came about the name. Somebody in this room would have to tell us, but we fondly call her Zah. She's cute, ebony, melanin, anything you could want from an African chick. She's all that and more. So please, for those of us who have met Zah, can you share one or two experiences you had with her while we were planning this conference?
Who has heard about Zah?
Who has heard about Zah? Mariana, you know Zah? Interesting. I didn't know the C-level guys had time for that.
Who has heard about Zah? Who has interacted with Zah? I saw some hands. Yeah.
Nice.
Let's hear.
Donia. Yeah, it's not Zanele for the South Africans. Thank you.
Yeah, I messaged Zah to ask about the weather. And she told me about the weather in the town here. All the days of the conference.
You see? She's that nice. Anything you want that to be, just ask nicely. Who else has experienced that? Okay, Ayla.
Hi, everyone. Zah helped me at the airport, so find the right person to get here.
Interesting. So she was also your concierge.
How did that work?
Just telling that there was nobody there and just asking if I should make my way here or wait. And I waited for somebody and connected me.
Amazing. So in case you're all wondering, you've not heard about Zah, you're now curious to meet Zah,
Yeah.
you can have access to Zah anytime. So Zah is our AI. Think of Siri, think of Alexa, but now with a personalized Indaba touch. She understands your language. If you say, with the thing with Siri, she doesn't understand the African intonation.
And Siri is rude, excuse me.
Don't ask me that. Yeah, so Zah is your virtual assistant for anything you want to know about Wiki Indaba. And if you're an introvert sometimes and you're not sure, I think she can also tell you some of the people that you can speak to comfortably as Wiki Indaba. Can also engage with her, learn about several things, I think, including the programming, right?
Yes, everything, it's in there.
And speaking of the new things in Wiki Indaba 2024, it's more than just Zah. We are streaming, right?
We are streaming, and we have adopted for the first time for Wiki Indaba the platform Event Yay. Yeah, give it up for that. Come on, it's not RSVP for Wikimania only. We are good for that. We should have a taste and see. Thank you.
So for a good time, as we know, Wiki Indaba, our communities have grown in leaps and bounds, but only a handful of us gets to be here physically. So in the spirit of making sure that everybody is included and not missing out from all the amazing sessions, conversations that are happening here, that's why we have Event here. So people can come in at any time, attend whichever sessions they want, and even join the networking spaces. Isn't that amazing? Okay, what else do we have new? I think we have several things. And I'm looking at you guys, and you have nice lanyards. I mean, this was one of the coolest things I've seen.
Handmade, the beautiful crafts. I don't even know who came up with this, but God bless you.
So, let's see. If you got in and you received a goodie bag and you have it here, can you please raise it? Just so we see.
Wave your goodie bag. Wave it, wave it.
So
nice.
one of the things about, and I'm sure you like it, right? Do you love it? Carol, I know you like fine things. When you got this goodie bag, what did you like the most?
Please don't say the edibles. Thank you.
Bad shaming. I see Carol started feasting on the goodies inside.
I loved the t-shirt. Then I loved the South African candies and all that. Yeah.
You see? So, for the first time, pour la première fois, c'est possible de mettre des choses à manger dans le pack. Parce que normalement, c'est sur des trucs pour écrire à la conférence, pour participer, le t-shirt et tout. Mais pour la première fois, il y a quelque chose à manger Et il ne faut pas tout finir aujourd'hui, hein. Seulement le premier jour. Il faut garder pour les autres jours qui viennent. Merci.
I think even the beats is part of the research.
Almost a lunch pack, guys. Give it up for us. Come on. Almost a lunch pack.
So there are several things in this goodie bag, and I like that everything was well thought out with you in mind. It has everything that you need to get along. It was called the survival kit, just to make it fancy as the bag is. So there's a hand sanitizer there. So we wanted to do a little unboxing, but the video killed it. So we don't want to bore you with it. But we wanted to do like we are young, right? Young Wikimedians, and we know we have trends, which includes TikTok, right? So Seth and I had planned a challenge, but we feel like it might not be the right time now.
Yeah, our wiki influencers journey never started, guys.
Yeah, but please enjoy the bag and everything in there, well thought out, with you in mind, and everything is right here from this motherland. So where did I leave my, okay. Great, I think right now, says it will be good if we took a pause, and good to see a video on the Wiki Indaba story. Where have we come from? How has the journey been like? And what does the future hold?
Why do you call it Wiki Indaba? And I said, well, an Indaba in isiZulu in South Africa, it's a conference. That's what an Indaba is. It's when you call a village to come and discuss things. There's this false narrative that an Indaba is only attended by Indunas, always. In fact, that was one of the questions I was asked, like, so where are the Indunas going to come from? Like, who said Indabas are attended by Indunas only? In a true democratic village state, everyone has a say at an Indaba. They can walk in and introduce agendas, and everything can be discussed, irrespective of rank or class or whatever. So that's what we wanted to see. An Indaba for come and discuss enough. Why do you call it Wiki Indaba? And I said, well, an Indaba in isiZulu in South Africa, it's a conference. That's what an Indaba is. It's when you call a village to come and discuss things. There's this false narrative that an Indaba is only attended by Indunas, always. In fact, that was one of the questions I was asked, like, so where are the Indunas going to come from? Like, who said Indabas are attended by Indunas only? In a true democratic village state, everyone has a say at an Indaba. They can walk in and introduce agendas, and everything can be discussed, irrespective of rank or class or whatever. So that's what we wanted to see, an Indaba for the Wikipedians to come and discuss wiki issues in Africa.
The objective of Wiki Indaba was essentially, and still is, to be a miniature Wikimania for the African continent, sort of focused on the needs of the free knowledge movement in Africa, and sort of the Wikipedia movement or the Wiki movement specifically in Africa, because Africa's got a host of unique challenges and opportunities that we don't see in the rest of the world.
Wiki Indaba is a very important platform for the African community.
Articles from English to our native.
I think it symbolizes hope for the future for me and for a lot of Africans, actually. It's a platform that is there that gives a voice to Africans.
So what we did is we asked people to come to the scholarships, the people who passed the scholarship arrived, but they had to give kind of like an idea of what was happening in the open movement in their country. And so we brought in people from Creative Commons, we brought in people from OpenStreetMaps, we brought in academics, we brought in a whole range of different people. And many of those people who were at that first meeting are leading communities across Africa.
How I joined the movement is through an editathon back in university. There was a Setswana Wikipedia challenge competition that was running. We had to translate articles from English to our native language, Setswana, and I was the second runner-up winner for that contest. So from then on, I actually got invited to the very first Wiki Indaba.
At the time when I joined, I knew this whole thing was built on the tenets of volunteerism and community. But honestly, I didn't know that there were contributors from the continent.
Thank you so much.
It took me, say, a year or two to realize that, oh, there were other people doing stuff on the continent of Africa.
Wiki Indaba is an annual Wikimedian conference for African Wikimedians and those in diaspora. Has proven to be a unifying factors in bringing Wikimedians in Africa and those in diaspora together to exchange ideas, knowledge, initiative, and also to determine how do we intend to foster a sustainable future together.
Merci, c'est gentil. Yes, and that was Abel. You know, why I singled him out is, I think he has been to a lot of Ndaba to last him the rest of his life, if he comes to that. Yeah, from the get-go. So thank you so much, Abel. And thank you for those of us who, took time to record all that amazing stuff about the Ndaba. Like I usually, tell my colleagues, it's a journey. Wiki Indaba is a journey. It doesn't matter, when the bus gets to your bus stop, just come along and share in the experience. Thank you. On that note, Winnie.
Thank you, my learned friend. So, sis, when you go to a home, there are various stages. When you get to the compound, to the gate, there's a gate man. They will let you in, but then the owner of the home has to come. So in this case, Sis and I have been the gate man. We let you guys in, made you comfortable, made sure you parked your car in the right place. And now at this point, we want to welcome the man of the home, Bobby Shabangu,
Yeah.
President
Bobby.
of Wikimedia Zede, to take us home.
Oh my goodness. Good morning, everyone. Before I do my presentation and welcome you, I'd like to remind everyone that there is a French translation for this conference. What you need to do is to use your laptops or your phones to connect to this conference as well. And then you can just put using your, you can listen to the same conference using an earphone. So I hope this was communicated to you before you came to the conference. So if you need assistance, you can just go speak to everyone that is wearing a t-shirt that looks like mine, and it has COT on the sleeve here. All right. My name is Bobby Shabangu. Wikimedia president. My name is Bobby Shabangu, Wikimedia South Africa president. I joined Wikimedia in 2012, actually. And I joined the chapter in 2013. And it's been a journey, of learning through the years, meeting people like yourself, that taught me how to edit, that taught me how to be a better person. The next slide, please. Okay, so we are in Johannesburg. I just want to share some fun facts with you about Johannesburg. It is the economic hub of South Africa. So being the economic hub of South Africa, it's also the largest city, one of the largest cities actually in the African continent. And this means that it also serves as the economic powerhouse here in South Africa. And it has the largest stock exchange in the African continent, which is just across some few streets from here. The second thing is that Johannesburg is called the City of Gold due to its origins as a gold mining town in the late 19th century. Gold was discovered here in 1886. And because of the gold, a lot of people flocked in Johannesburg. And most cities around the world and most dwellings around the world are established around water, a body of water. But Johannesburg is one of those cities, big cities in the world, that is not established around a body of water. So that is a fun fact that you need to know about. Next slide, please. So now we come a long way. In South Africa, as Wikimedians, we are keeping a track of the conference over the years. This is the 10th anniversary of Wiki Indaba. This means that we are celebrating 10 years since we started the first Wiki Indaba, but it's not the 10th Wiki Indaba, it's the 8th edition because we took some breaks at some point. The first one happened here in Johannesburg in 2014. And then you can see the budget that was spent there. But what is very interesting, what I want to show you is that the number of people that attended that conference were 34 people. Very small number of people. And then the second one that took place in Accra, Ghana. We had 47 people there. And then we had another one that took place in Tunisia, Tunis. And then we had 62 people that attended there. And then we had another one that took place in 2019 in Abuja in Nigeria. And then we had 65 people that attended there. And from 2019, 2020 and 2020, the conference did not take place. And I guess you know why it did not take place, right? It's because of the pandemic. So it did not take place from there. However, we then hosted an online virtual conference in Uganda, Kampala. And there we had 406 people that attended. Please you can give a round of applause. So the thing is, now this number here, the 406, it is because of, okay, it was, they normally use the word a blessing in disguise. COVID was really a tragic state that we were going through at the time. But it became a blessing in disguise because we then saw a surge after that of Wikipedians, that were activated during that time. And then from there, we had another conference in Kigali, 2022, and 125 people attended there. And then we had a conference last year in Agadir, where we had 119 participants again. Please, next slide. All right. So I'd like us to say, Ki Ekarake. Ki Ekarake. Can you try? Who can try? Ki Ekarake. So, it is a South African motto that we have, that we use here in South Africa. So, it is from the Kam language, Khoisan language of the Kam people, literally meaning diverse people unite. And it's the inspiration of this conference theme, which is united in diversity. It reminds us that we may be diverse in our origins, but together we are united by a shared commitment to knowledge and the mission of Wikimedia to make free knowledge available to all. Yes, that is the theme of the conference. All right, next slide, please. So with our program, we've had 152 submissions. 36 of those were are French, and then 114 are in English, and then the Wikimedia Foundation also submitted 11. So these are the submissions that that formed the program of this conference. Next slide. And they entail panel discussions, roundtable, lightning talks, and presentation, posters, workshops, and the other ones are not specified. And then here we've got 2 excursions where we're going to be going to Soweto and in 4 ways at Wiki Indaba Hotel. Indaba Hotel. All right, next slide, please. All right, so now there are people that made this conference to be what it is today. Normally, when we organize this conference, friends, I normally say colleagues, friends, when we organize the conference, it is the country that won the bid to organize the conference that is responsible for really organizing the conference. But this year we decided to take a different approach. We decided to really involve more Africans who are experienced in organizing the conference. And this conference was truly organized by, Africans. It was not really organized by South Africans. So the people that are responsible are these people. Please go to the next slide. Please go to the next slide again. So can you please give a round of applause to all of these people? So, general information. So this conference is here at the Nsentin, at the capital on the park. It's just, there's a park, that's why it's capital on the park across. And there is transport that is available for this conference to and fro from here to the airport. And we're also going to be, taken from here in this place to the social events as well. Next slide. We would like to thank the Wikimedia Foundation that has sponsored this conference. Really, without them, this conference was not going to be possible. The funding, basically 90% of the funding of this conference is coming from the Wikimedia Foundation. Can we please give them a round of applause? We'd also like to acknowledge our partners. Without our partners, we are nothing, colleagues. We are really, really nothing without our partners. Projects that we run anywhere, everywhere, they are because of our partners. I'd like to acknowledge Goethe Institute, Sedela, Pensalp, Code for Africa, University of Eswatini, and UNESCO. Next slide. Yes, thank you, please. Yeah, so we're gonna have breakfast, all of us here. It's included in your hotel booking, and buffet is gonna be hosted here at this venue. And then dinner, we are going to have tonight's dinner at Indaba Hotel. We're not gonna be having dinner here. And there's an official Telegram group. Please subscribe to that communication, to that Telegram group. if you don't know, you don't have a link to that, just speak to a person that has this t-shirt. And then we also have our Facebook, social, Instagram, and then Twitter. If you feel comfortable also on joining WhatsApp, please speak to a person with a t-shirt that's looking like mine so that they can also subscribe you to that. And then the rooms for this conference are Sisonke Ubuntu Injabulo Mkosi. You're gonna see those rooms by the signs outside that are placated there. It's gonna be, plaques outside that are indicating the rooms. Okay, next slide. All right. So the conference is also available online, Eventia. I think our colleagues have already spoken about that. And if you want also translation, you can have translation in Eventia in French. Conferences are available in French as well as in English as well. And then I've spoken about the two social events, which is in Indaba Hotel and then Vilakazi Street in Soweto. That's when we're going to be going. And yeah, so I've spoken about this. You can also access the conference on YouTube. It's also streaming live on YouTube. Trust and safety, very, very much important. Very, very much important. Okay, so I need to read this. So the organizers are dedicated to providing a harassment-free venue and conference experience for everyone, regardless of gender, sexual orientation, gender identity or expression, disability, physical appearance, age, race, ethnicity, political affiliation, national origin, or religion, and not limited to these aspects. We do not tolerate any form of harassment of conference participants. Sexual language imagery is not appropriate for any conference venue or talks. Any participants violating these rules may be sanctioned or expelled from the conference at the discretion of the conference organizers. So if you feel that you are being harassed anyhow or somehow, please speak to, again, a person that is wearing a t-shirt like mine. So it's very, very much important, colleagues, to respect all of those policies that you saw there. Okay, remember, help each other, start, finish on time. Okay, so it's very, very much important, colleagues, that we abide by time. I think already Alice has spoken to us about that. There is a bell that she's, if you hear the bell, you know that your time basically is finished. Next slide. Okay, have fun. Thank you so much and welcome to Wiki Indaba. Yeah, so at this point, I'm gonna call Mariana to come as well and welcome you. Please give her a round of applause as she's coming forward.
I tried to wear higher shoes for Bobby. Good morning. I am so happy to welcome all of you home because this is my home. I'm not even staying at the hotel, in my own house, which is a treat. I just did a mental calculation that since Wikimania, I've been on 12 airplanes. And so actually being able to sleep in my own bed during Wiki Indaba is such a privilege. I've met many, many of you, but some of you I haven't. So I'm Mariana Iskander. I'm the CEO of the Wikimedia Foundation. I was remembering that my announcement happened on September 14th of 2021. And the very first email that I sent to anybody in the Wikimedia movement was to Bobby to say, I'm your new neighbor. And Bobby was kind enough to invite me to join the chapter AGM. And I met Ingrid and I met so many of you. And then I started getting to know Wikimedians across the continent. Some of you know I was born in Cairo, so North Africa, and have been living in South Africa almost 15 years now. And it is really just a pleasure to welcome you. I have three things that I wanted to share. The first is that if at the social event, anybody wants to do Johannesburg trivia. I can top Bobby. The first is, any of you who are in Johannesburg for the first time, we are at 1,753 meters, which people don't always remember. So drink water and hydrate, and remember that actually this is a city at very high elevation. Johannesburg, because it doesn't have water, is technically an urban forest. It has 10 million trees. So I hope if you haven't gotten the vantage point to see that, that you will do that. It's an incredible story of how those trees came to be, but we'll save that for dinner. Welcoming newcomers and making them feel a part of this movement has been a priority for African Wikimedians. So if this is your first Indaba, please, I'm going to force you to stand up so we know who you are, we see your faces, and we make an effort to make sure that this is a positive experience for you. So please don't be shy. If this is your first Indaba, can you stand up so we can see who you are? Okay, and stay standing, stay standing. All of you veterans who are seated, look at these people, see who is here for the first time, so that we make an intentional effort for these folks to come back and to stay welcomed. Thank you so much for joining us and for being here today. Thank you. I also want to ask everybody for a second round of applause for this core organizing team. They have done so much work. I have watched them work over the course of the entire year to put this event together and have made it so inclusive. This has been a year where African Wikimedians have come together with our theme, United in Diversity. We've seen the Africa Agenda, which we'll talk about later. We've seen new gatherings. I joined virtually Wiki Conference Nigeria for the first time. We've seen people come together around projects. We're going to hear about the Wiki women work. And I think that this is a place and a time to not only connect, but to celebrate the progress that has been made. There's more to do. There's always more to do, but we have to pause and celebrate along the way. So thank you for being here, for giving me a chance to say hello and to say thank you, Chief. And you'll be hearing from me later in many other settings. Thank you again.
Thank you, Mariana. I understand, is it? Thank you. I understand South Africa has 12 languages. I don't know which language Siyabonga is, but it's one of the South African words I know that means thank you. Zulu? Yeah, so Siyabonga, Mariana. So I just mentioned that South Africa has 12 languages. And in the spirit of being Africans, we all understand that art plays an integral part in our history, in our present lives. It's a form of advocacy, it's a form of storytelling, it's a form of entertainment, right? So we are going to have a group on stage, Home of Hope for Girls, that are going to use art to tell us more or get us into a bit of the South African culture and art as well. So welcome, Home, House of Hope for Girls. And if we can, in the spirit of just welcoming them, give them a round of applause as they come in.
songs and celebration. My Africa is the heartbeat of my soul that whispers over the ocean and calls me home. It is my Africa, the place of Ubuntu, the place of unity, the place of so many cultures and religions, but there's no discrimination. It is my Africa, the place where soldiers are born and raised as warriors. It is my Africa, your Africa. It is our Africa. Halala Africa, halala. Halala.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm so sorry, I have to apologize. We've taken so much time. It's because South Africa has got so many cultures. We have fitted almost everything. You could pick up even when you don't know our cultures. You saw Zulu, so energetic. You saw Tswana, you saw Swati, you saw everything, the Kampo dance. But thank you so much for giving us the time. We really appreciate it.
Thank you. I hope you've enjoyed. Good. Now I'm going to welcome Bobby to invite our keynote speaker.
One, two. Thank you so much. Can someone bring us the table? I don't see the table. Where is it? I don't see it. Thank you so much, Herschel. Wow, looks like it's heavy, eh? Oh, it is heavy. I think it was somewhere around here. Oh, was it here? Oh. Wow. Sure, thank you so much. So I stand here to welcome our keynote speaker for the day. I'm going to read his biography for you. So our keynote speaker for the day is Professor Langa Khumalo, and he is a full-time professor and executive director of the South African Center for Digital Language Resources, SADILA, at the Northwest University. And SADILA is a national research infrastructure with a strategic function to stimulate and support research and development in the domains of human language technologies, language processing, and digital humanities. He is the former director of language planning and development at the University of KwaZulu-Natal, UKZN. He holds a PhD in linguistics from the University of Oslo in Norway. And he has a master's in philosophy in linguistics from the Cambridge University and a certificate in corpus linguistics from the Tuscan World Center in Italy. He also completed an Oxford Strategic Leadership Program at the Said Business School at Oxford University and is a member of the Oxford Business Alumni Network. He is the current chair and coordinator of the African Union isiZulu Language Commission. He is a fellow of the Cambridge Commonwealth Society, a former language chairperson in the Oxford Global Language Program for Oxford University Press, a member of scientific board of the Center for Advanced Studies of African Society, University of Western Cape, and the current president of the African Association for Lexicography. He is a board member of African Literary Metadata, a project based in Uppsala. I hope I'm pronouncing that well. Uppsala University in Sweden. That is funded by the European Research Council. He has been invited as a keynote speaker at various conferences and colloquia. He has received recognition award from the University of Free State for his global contribution for multilingualism. He's a fellow of Zimbabwe Academy of Sciences. He is an adjunct professor at the University of KwaZulu-Natal. He is a University of South Africa representative for steering committee of the National Integrated Cyber Infrastructure System Initiative. He is, now my tongue is getting twisted. I would like to welcome, please put I would like all of us to actually put our hands together as Prof. Langa comes to the fore. Thank you so much.
Okay. If you can, but it doesn't look like. Sometimes I think they read bio notes to embarrass you. I can hold it. I will hold it, yes. Thank you, Bobby. Good morning. Sanbolani, Molweni, Huyamora, Absheni. I could go on. 12 official languages. It's a marvel to live in South Africa, and indeed in the continent. Moroi, those who come beyond the South African borders. I am truly honored to speak today at the Wiki Indaba, at my first attendance. They have a way of tripping you here, Obobi. So you attend for the first time and then they put you in the podium. But I'm really, really, truly honored to speak today. And I have my topic up in the board on digital ascent. I added that so that you can see how I want to link the title that Bobby Shabangu created for me with what we are doing at SADILA. But President Bobby Shabangu and I met last year to put together a very important project that I again am going to talk about in my talk. But I want to say the collaboration has been amazing. And now I got to understand how Wikipedia, how Wikimedia functions, because I think it is very clear that collaboration is at the heart of this foundation. And we are very happy to be part of this foundation. I will talk I've been given very limited time. Usually when they say I'm going to be a keynote speaker, they give me an hour, but I have half of that here. I will try and speed through what I have to share, and I hope it is going to be meaningful at the end of it, so that we can carry the message that I really intend for us to carry. I am not going to read the aspects of the talk that I'm going to talk about. Suffice to say, I'm going to underscore the importance of language. Language is at the center of our human existence. It humanizes us. We speak because we are humans. It organizes and expresses our thoughts, and it spurs our innovation. It allows us to think complex thoughts and to articulate them. And that is how amazing language is and how central it is. Thinking does not exist without language. That's how central language is. And I want to link it with why we are where we are as Africans, as those of us who speak African languages. It is central to all forms of learning. Before the advent of colonialism in the African continent, we actually had what we called citizenship training. Training happened as a lifelong exercise. And I will again show how that was disrupted with the advent of the schooling system that changed that lifelong learning process that we called citizenship training. Language, therefore, enables knowledge generation and indeed knowledge dissemination. With the advent of the schooling system, the training, this what we called citizenship training, took place in the school so that you are trained for 7 years at primary and 5 years in high school and at university, so that you get prepared to take particular tasks when you join the job market. But because of the schooling system, what you would have noticed if you grew up in my generation was that there were certain tongues that were not allowed in the school system. I grew up in an era where we had prefects in the classroom that monitored our speech. And if you spoke in any other language other than English, your name was written down and you were punished for that. So our tongues were proscribed in the schooling system. It meant that training was no longer happening in an African tongue. It meant that our languages were no longer interfacing with knowledge as we come to know it now. They were no longer interfacing with mathematics, no longer interfacing with science, physics, and all the subject areas that we were trained into. At that time, our languages were de-intellectualized. It meant that they did not grow with the knowledge domains that we were actually being introduced into. And now we got to think that the language of mathematics is English. The language of science is English because our tongues were cut off. They did not belong to the training centers, the so-called modern training centers. Up to now, you can see the extent to which I am damaged. I still speak to you in, there you are. This is what Spivak called cognitive damage. And some of us, and we do have cynics who would say, oh, a good job. We taught you well because now you can actually speak to us in English. But how about the knowledge that sits with my language? Which is what Wikipedia is trying to unlock by bringing those languages into the global knowledge economy so that we can unlock those knowledge centers that have not hitherto profited humanity. Humanity knows knowledge and interfaces with knowledge through the prisms of globally dominant languages. And the globally dominant language is English. And I'm going to come back to the damage that English has done to some of us. So because language is central in carrying and conveying knowledge, post the Second World War, language was weaponized to suppress other ways of knowing, i.e., the training citizenship that we actually were attuned to before the advent of colonialism. In the process, it impinged on, it derided, it excluded African languages in these knowledge centers. And these languages lost the ability to carry out complicated scientific, mathematical, abstract tasks. They were reduced to religious activities. If you look at the irony of it, while our African languages were proscribed in the schools, they were very much the vehicle through which we prayed in the Christian churches. Every language, the Bible was translated into every language, so that again, the cognitive assault on our humanity was complete. We prayed, we sang the hymns in our languages, but we did not take the same languages to the school to interface with mathematics, to interface with science, to interface with these new vitally important knowledge domains. Again, because the colonial architecture tried to move us away from knowledge creation and therefore knowledge sharing. So according to Achille Mbebe, colonialism rhymes with monolingualism. So the global monolingualism that is spreading through the English, the hegemony of English, is not in any way meant to profit humanity. Because again, as I've said, we are looking at humanity through the prisms of just a single civilization. And yet we sit with many other civilizations that we have not hitherto had access to. And I'm again hoping that through bringing in other languages in the free encyclopedia, we are unlocking those new knowledge centers to profit humanity. Because humanity can only profit if all of us contribute actively in the global knowledge economy. So the hegemony of English is so strong that in order to actually articulate and advance its effect on multilingualism, you have to use English to do so. That's the big irony. For you to be heard that you're actually making an argument for multilingualism, you have to do that in English. That's how dominant, that's how hegemonic English is and has been since the advent of colonialism. I got this from Digital Frontiers, which was published only a couple of days ago. And it actually encapsulates what language is and what language is, especially in the African continent. Language is intricately woven into the unique histories, cultures, and values of indigenous groups. In Africa, it tells a story. It recognizes a person and is testament to how ethnically expansive the continent is. Yet, all of these, for many of its over 3,000 ethnic groups, have become prone to absolute erosion. That's the tragedy that we sit with. And the digitization of African languages and bringing them in the cyber infrastructure is an attempt to actually rescue some of the fast disappearing languages in Africa today. So as a result of that, African languages are known or characterized in the literature as under-resourced languages, low-resourced languages, as if they are inherently so. But we know that they got here because there was a time that they were not part of knowledge production and knowledge dissemination. And therefore they became de-intellectualized and were removed in the knowledge creation spaces, in the knowledge domains. So they are low resourced to the extent that there are few exhaustive linguistic descriptions. They have no large corpora in them. They don't have any machine readable lexicons. The development of HLTs are sparse. And even experts working in these languages are very few. A colleague of mine just recently published a paper, Keith and Kumalo, in 2024, where we tried to count the people that are working actively as linguists in Isindebele. There were less than 10 actively working as experts in the Isindebele language in South Africa. Less than 10. So we don't even have experts that are actively working in these languages to actually develop these very key language resources on the basis of which we can build human language technologies. According to Andras Konai, there is an imminent threat in the context of the fourth industrial revolution. And this is the digital death of more and more languages. Before the advent of the cyber digital infrastructure, we characterized endangered languages as those that have less speakers that don't have linguistic descriptions. At that time, we thought, okay, yeah, we will look at speech communities, see how many speakers they are. We characterize it as under threat, or we characterize it as endangered. Now, most of the African languages that are not in the cyber infrastructure are actually endangered. Because as long as we advance, and we are advancing furiously into the fourth and very soon fifth IR, most of the languages that don't subsist in this generation are going to be obsolete, are going to be forgotten. You will have speakers, but you will not have netizens that actively and digitally use these languages because they are not in the cyber infrastructure. And again, the efforts of Wikipedia are so timely. We need more languages in the cyber infrastructure so that we can actually train AI systems. We can actually train machine learning systems on the basis of those data sets. They are vitally, vitally important. So According to him, digital language death refers to a potential decline or disappearance of languages in the digital sphere. And this is exacerbated by 4IR, which is characterized by rapid technological advancement. With English dominating the digital world, those of us who actually code know that most codes, most systems, most AI systems are actually in the English language. And they're not set up for African languages. So again, their continued absence means that they are continuously in danger. And of course, the causes of language death are loss of function performed digitally. So as long as we don't have digital tools, our languages are going to be dead. And that means texting, email, or any other official business function. I always have to shout at my friends who write to me in English in a WhatsApp message. I'm like, what is wrong with you? Really, what is wrong? I'm writing to you in isiZulu. It means that as long as we don't have that culture, that active digital citizenship, again, our languages are going to be spoken, but they're not going to be digitally functional, which is imminent death, according to Code 9. Loss of prestige, and again, the adage, if it is not on the web, it does not exist. Have you noticed that your kids, if you ask them about something, they quickly Google search, and if it's not there, Dad, I doubt it. I don't think it's there. I don't think it's there. Because if it's not digital, it is not available. And again, if our languages are not digitized, are not digital, they are not there. They don't exist. So again, the inability to raise digital natives, which is what I'm trying every day when I interact with my colleagues. If you speak to me in English, I will speak to you in English. But if you write to me in English, I will just read blue tick you. I will blue tick you because I will respond in isiZulu. That is the if look at now. If I was speaking in isiZulu for 30 minutes, I have produced another set of data in isiZulu. But now I am contributing poor data in English. And I'm saying poor because I'm not even a native speaker of English. I am speaking poor English to you. So I'm not even contributing any data. Come to think of it. You can hear what I'm saying, but it's not good data. So in order for us to re-intellectualize African languages, we have to reject the assumption that these languages are inherently shallow and therefore inadequate. They are not. There is not an inherently beautiful language, inherently complex language. All languages have the same level of complexity. All. We may not have the terminology to teach in physics in isiZulu. We may not have that. And the reason I have articulated it, but we can develop that terminology. As soon as we start interfacing with that knowledge domain, we start allowing our languages to actually work in those domains. Because of the nature of language, the languages will develop the terminology that we require to interface with that knowledge domain. So there is nothing inherently complex in English that makes it a natural choice for teaching mathematics, for teaching science. Nothing whatsoever. We need to disabuse ourselves of that notion that African languages are inherently shallow and therefore inadequate for teaching and learning. We need to provide enablers for these languages to function in all knowledge domains, from the mundane, to the most complex at our universities. From uktetela, those who have confined these languages there, to break those silos, to the most complex domains. And we have a very perfect example right here in South Africa. In less than 50 years, in 30 years, Afrikaans moved from a kitchen variety to a language of science and technology, to teach any subject under the sun. Afrikaans right here in South Africa. So it's not a linguistic miracle. Our African languages can achieve that if we have the desire to disabuse ourselves of that notion that these languages are inherently shallow. We know that it was not an accident of history. It happened deliberately when these languages were deliberately proscribed from the education system. Now it's our time to intellectualize these languages so that they can be active citizens in this modern world and function well in all forms of knowledge development and dissemination. So re-intellectualization is the radical transformation of the capacity and role of indigenous African languages in carrying and conveying all forms of knowledge. And at SADILA, which is a research infrastructure that I am the executive director of, we are charged with a mission to develop language resources, digital language resources, so that these languages can start functioning beyond some of these enclaves, that they can have HLTs, that they can have spelling checkers, that they can have grammar checkers, that they can have speech-to-text technologies, that they can have systems to support them in functioning efficiently in the digital cyber infrastructure. So we are actually advancing digital ascent. We are trying to increase digital functions and prestige of these languages and their speakers, so that these languages and the speakers can actually have digital skills to operate seamlessly like any other language in the world. So it was set up it's a research infrastructure that was set up by the Department of Science and Innovation in 2016 as part of the South African Research Infrastructure Roadmap. It has its three main functions: digital humanities as a methodology to interface social sciences with computational and engineering methodologies, and the digitization, which is the development of the full-scale resources from the text corpora to the most complex, most annotated, multimodal data sets that these which are required to develop machine learning systems on the basis of these data sets. And our third and new program, which is the higher education support, where we are actually supporting the new language policy for higher education institutions that instructs, and I want to underline the word instruct, that instructs universities to transition from monolingual teaching and learning to multilingual teaching and learning. We know that you can easily pronounce it, you can easily declare it, as this policy does, but you need systems to support that declaration so that this policy can be enabled, can be seen to be functioning. So we need these systems to support, and we are supporting higher education in this initiative to see that we can teach multilingually. I really need an indication of time because I need to skip certain slides so that I can speak within my 30 minutes. But because I haven't, I will proceed. 10 minutes, okay, I need to. So at SADILA, we have what we call the Escalator Program. And the Escalator Program is a program that seeks to enable an inclusive and active South African community of practice that is immersed in digital humanities and computational social sciences. So we are targeting humanists, very quintessential humanists, who are not practicing any computational skills or methodologies in their teaching and learning or in their research, to try and make them collaborate and or acquire competencies in computer science and engineering so that they can teach innovatively, they can teach using the affordances of a plethora of systems that are available in engineering and computer science. And of course, DH is not really a discipline that actually advances on its own. It straggles other disciplines. And typically you will find an engineer working with a linguist, you find a historian working with an engineer, and so on. So we actually enable collaboration between disciplines. So in our escalator program, we have what is called a champions initiative, where we actually have various tracks: the explorer, the embarker, the enhancer, depending on the background of some of these humanists that we work with, and their competencies in coding and developing clever systems. And we actually put them in these tracks and train them in the efficacies and affordances of machine learning, HLT, etc. And one of the, I hope it's settled, the engager tracks is where we have situated the collaboration between SADILA, Wikipedia South Africa, and the Pan-South African Language Board. And in this partnership, we are actually training citizens in actually developing content, verifying and standardizing that content in a particular language, and putting that content in the free encyclopedia. And I am going to talk about one such effort, which is led by two of our colleagues who are sitting in this room, Lebo and Nomsa. I think they're sitting somewhere, and you're going to talk more if you want to hear more about the SWIP project. And in the SWIP project, we have the mantra: preserving languages, open, free, and accessible knowledge for all, because we are unlocking certain cultures, certain nuanced indigenous knowledges, and we are putting them in the public encyclopedia so that they can actively be used. But beyond that, we are creating data sets that are key in these languages so that we can together develop all sorts of technologies. And I did mention that we actually launched this collaboration in last year, and in less than a year, these are the statistics. These are the statistics of the people that have been trained to edit, of the articles that have been added on Wikipedia, of the editors, the number of words in isiNdebele, a language that before this, the advent of this project, had no single hit on Wikipedia. And again, it was because of the persuasive skills of Bobby to actually really move fast on this project and train speakers in this language, and of course the project leaders within SADILA. So beyond the SWIP, because we have had a very good and first successful year, we are looking beyond this year, and we are looking beyond our borders. At the presentation of the Open Science workshop that was organized about 3 weeks ago, there were academies of science in the SADC region. And when they heard of the Wikipedia and the architecture of SADILA as an infrastructure, they spoke of a science that is translational, a science that changes SADC societies. And they said, if we could package this project as an African project so that science can be made meaningful if it is translationally impactful to the societies, to the SADC societies. We need an infrastructure such as SADILA to develop resources in these languages for science, and to have this science linked back to the societies that it is meant to transform and develop. And so the architecture, Mr. President, of the SWEEP project is going beyond South Africa. We are taking it to the academies of sciences through invitation of Botswana, of Zimbabwe, of Mozambique, of Mauritius, so that we can actually develop more content in local languages and make it available on Wikimedia, on Wikipedia. And through partnership with these universities, we are going to increase data and the availability of this data. And we are SADILA has I could go in and talk about the protocols at SADILA on data and data management and data storage and how you can retrieve that data. But I have seen somebody indicate 5 minutes. So, 2 now. We need to achieve digital ascent for African languages, so that African languages can be part of the global community of languages. We can only do that if we develop resources that will make these languages subsist in the cyber infrastructure. If we don't have data sets that make these languages subsist in the cyber infrastructure, we might as well look at these languages as languages that are going to die soon. How can I end without, when you're talking about a weighty topic, you call upon the biggest ancestor. And I can only conclude through one Nelson Mandela. If you talk to a man in a language he understands, that goes to his head. If you talk to him in his language, it goes to his heart. We really need to connect. And we can only connect if these languages can achieve parity of esteem. Thank you.
Thank you so much to Professor Langa Khumalo. We have a small gift for you, sir. Where are the pictures? Thank you so much. Sure. Please, let's give him a round of applause. Winnie, over to you. Sislaus.
Thank you so much, Prof. It was really interesting because myself and Ziski were working on something, and indigenous languages were, coming up here and now, here every now and then, So thank you so much. It was quite, in fact, I've seen some point that I will be stealing, sir, with your permission, to add to the work that we're doing. And on that note, let's, just stand up a bit. We've been sitting for long. Début, tout le monde. C'est justement pour une exercice de 2 minutes, 3 minutes. Yes. Just to stretch our legs, okay? So something interesting keeps happening at Wiki Indaba. So every year we see a good number of new faces for the first time. And this year I'm blown away by the percentage of new faces. Les visages qu'on vient de voir pour la première fois. Et on se connaît possible en ligne, ou bien dans nos vies virtuelles, autant que Wikimedians, but we don't know each other face to face. So the exercise is very simple. I'm sure you've seen at least 3 people that you're seeing here for the first time.
It's an African one.
So please, just go to 3 people, that you're seeing for the first time. yourself, your name, and the country where you come from. You'll be surprised how many countries are represented in this room. Fast, please, by all means. Il faut se présenter aux 3 personnes que vous venez de rencontrer ici. Ingrid, I know you, Ingrid. I know you, Ingrid. We are very familiar. Sorry. Let's keep moving. Let's move on. Let's move on. Move on. We met at Drift in Ghana. Let's move on. Let's move on. Oh, Mariana, I know you. Let's move on. Interesting. You see how interesting this is. You see how interesting this is. Nice. Interesting. You see? Quelle surprise. Quelle surprise. We have 2 more minutes to do this. Il nous reste encore 2 minutes. 2 minutes et puis on continue. Interesting. Eliane, on se connaît, donc il n'y a pas besoin de se présenter. Je m'appelle Tumisani. This Tumisani speaks French. I've not met this one. It's my first time. Hi, Nisha. Yes, you see, this is fun. This is fun. Some people are so happy doing this. They've introduced themselves to 5 people already. They are carried away. Oh, I remember you from Boost Knowledge. We met in Singapore. Yes, nice seeing you again. How is Sunshine? She's here. Interesting. Nice. Some people are at their 10th introduction. This is not fair. Don't be greedy. All right, guys. Ça suffit, eh? That's okay. If I had known you would take this too seriously, I would have. You see, they are creating content, taking photos already.
Thank you.
Oh.
Can we please have our seats now?
Yes, please. Asseyez-vous, messieurs, dames.
Can we please have our seats?
We said just introduce yourselves, and Wiki influencers are on TikTok already. That's not nice, guys. That's not nice. That's not nice.
Thank you. Let's settle down. I know we're excited. We've just seen people that we hadn't met yet. But I promise you, we're going to have 3 days of getting to engage. So please, let's have our seats. And as the panel is settling down, we gave an exercise, and Ceslaus mentioned that get to meet 2 people that you haven't met, say hi. So I would like to call 2 volunteers. One is Marion from Madagascar, and the gentleman seated next to Carol. Please stand up where you are. Just where you are. Assess. Okay, that's okay. If you can go to the gentleman, and then I'll stand next to the lady, just quick, as the panel is settling down. So you gave them a challenge. You'll speak to Marion in French. Ask her to tell us about 2 people that she has met and 2 names and where they come from. Then I'll ask the gentleman the same thing. And the crowd will decide who did a good job, and I have a gift for the winner.
Merci. Donc, tu es de Madagascar, de la fleuve lointain. Et on aimerait savoir les gens que tu viens de rencontrer ici, leur nom et leur pays.
Merci beaucoup. Bonjour à tous. Moi, je viens de rencontrer Ridel Cyril du Congo.
Okay. Et suivant.
Clémentine du... Comment ça s'appelle?
No cheating, no cheating.
Mais du Zimbabwe.
Ok, même si les gens vous aident de peut-être... mais Clémentine, elle vient de Rwanda. Mais tout le monde connaît Clémentine. Ça, c'est trop simple même. Mais merci quand même. Merci.
Says, did she mention two?
Yes, to
Did she get it right?
Riddle, yes, from Congo Brazzaville, and then Clementine from Rwanda, with help.
Okay, we'll do it quick now that my panel is ready. So, Edward, tell me about two people that you met and the community they come from.
Okay, good morning, everyone. I met Carol. She's my neighbor from Kenya. And Annie, Nairobi, right? Yeah. No, just confirm, but she's from Nairobi. And there's Lindani, South African.
Ah.
Yeah.
It's a tight one, eh?
Home
It's a head to
advantage.
head. Okay, give us a third one.
The third one?
Yeah.
Chawata from Zambia.
Wow. Isaac.
Mario, give us a third one. Tell her to mention a third one.
She said, who from Zimbabwe? Yeah, une femme, je crois.
J'ai oublié son.
Si tu as oublié, donc c'est une perte. Mais
Okay.
merci.
Maxi, it's a tie, so I'll ask Edward to sit down and Marion. Then after the panel, we're gonna go another round of head-to-head because this gift has to go to one person, just one, okay? So thank you. I'm going to hand it over to Mariana to lead the discussion on the role of media in information integrity and the importance of digital literacy. Welcome, Mariana.
Thank you, Winnie. Good morning again. Just to say thank you, Prof, for that incredible presentation. We're gonna have an opportunity over the next day and a half to do a lot of conversation amongst ourselves as Wikimedians. So this morning is such a privilege to learn from and talk to what I would consider allies of this work, people who are citizens and academics and leaders in journalism, both in South Africa and on the continent. So the next conversation is an opportunity to talk with two women I admire. One is the award-winning Chief Communications Officer of the Wikimedia Foundation, who is Anusha Alakan. Anusha has been with the foundation for many years and is really a global advocate, not just for Wikimedia's work, but for the representation of women on Wikipedia and many other topics that are important to people in this room. We are also joined by a very, very special guest and somebody that I have learned so much from in my time in South Africa. Ferial Haffajee is a leader in journalism and in the news industry, certainly in South Africa and beyond. She, which is an important pronoun, was the editor of pretty much every South African publication, I would say, that has shaped the news in our society: the City Press, the Mail and Guardian, Huffington Post. She is now at the Daily Maverick. In 2014, Ferial was awarded the International Freedom Prize by the committee that focuses on the protection of journalists. She is going to join us in a conversation that is going to be very wide-ranging. We're going to talk about storytelling, misinformation in the year of elections, gender gaps, representation on Wikipedia, censorship. There's so many topics. So I'm going to watch the time, and we will try our best to, if there isn't time for questions before lunch, at least be able to stay for a few minutes and see what people would like to chat about. Does that sound good? Does anybody want to amend the agenda? No. All right, so I'm did all that standing up because I'll be much shorter sitting down. So first, just to say, Ferial, thank you and welcome. We're so happy to have you here.
Thank you, Mariana.
Is that working?
Thank you so much, Mariana. And it's wonderful to be here with you all, to see who the people are that make this amazing machine work. So lovely to be here. Thank you.
Great.
I think
Well,
we need another mic here.
Yeah, we'll get a third mic here for Nusha. Well, let's dig in. I think it's timely, given the presentation that we have just heard, to talk about representation and stories, and African stories, and how they show up in the global media. So maybe, Ferial, starting with you. You know, as a journalist, you have covered so many important stories about Africa. What do you think are the challenges that African journalists face when reporting on local issues, and how the global media does or doesn't pick up on those or understand African stories and African narratives?
Thank you so much, Mariana. So what I first wanted to do was just think about, when we use the term global media, what do we mean by that? Do we mean CNN, BBC, Al Jazeera? Because I really think that in this epoch, we've seen the limitations, the severe limitations of that global media. And I'm so happy that Palestine and Gaza have shown us journalists who stood up very early in that war and what's called a rising genocide to say, don't tell our stories. Don't be coming in here on a jet and using us as fixers. We will tell our own stories. And as somebody who was the judge of the CNN Multi-Choice African Journalist of the Year Awards for many years, I saw that wave beginning to happen, where really the best storytelling is happening locally. So environmental health, investigative reporting across our continent, truly completely world-class, and setting an agenda that was not being set globally. So I think that storytelling, as we can see through the work of Africa No Filter, through the plethora of media, and by people being able to be their own media, those gaps are beginning to close. Huh?
Well, it's a good segue, maybe, Anusha, if you reflect on how important journalism and quality articles are for Wikipedians, and what Ferial is reflecting on. How does that show up in the work of Wikimedia?
Yeah, just to put it in perspective, as a reminder to folks in the room, Wikipedia is viewed almost 15 billion times in a month. So that gives you a perspective on how many people come to Wikipedia and how people's perceptions of the world are shaped by Wikipedia. To just build on some of Ferial's points, less journalism by and about Africans means less content for Wikipedia editors to add to articles. Journalism is vital to adding articles to Wikipedia. You provide the vital citations that make Wikipedia articles possible. The other issue that I think Ferial has also raised that we face in the Wikimedia ecosystem is that if we don't have local journalists, a broader worldview in the media ecosystem, then we fall down. That means that what shows up on Wikipedia is actually delivered from a Western point of view, rather from journalists living in the global South. And that's a huge problem for Wikipedians when they don't have the sources that they need in order to report accurately on local issues. There's a concept called citational justice that is becoming more of a movement now, that is very much about people being equitable and more equitable representation in citations, because a lot of citations in research and even in reporting come from dominant worldviews. So that's something that we're trying to tackle in a big way. Only 2.5% of content on geotag content on Wikipedia right now is about Africa. The people in this room are working to change that every day, which is incredible. But we can't do that without reliable sources. We also have this tendency in the West that we need to pay attention to that tends to focus on challenges in Africa. So they only report on the bad news. And I think one of the most wonderful things about Wikimedians is they elevate stories of celebration and the incredible experiences and contexts and people that are all over Africa and all over African countries. Our wonderful, just to give one example, our wonderful Wiki Loves Africa contest has invited in almost 100,000 photo submissions. Sorry? 116,000, thank you. I stand corrected, of course, by Wikipedia. And they've also been viewed, and feel free to correct this too, but to my knowledge, they've also been viewed more than 1.3 billion times. So that makes a huge difference in how Africa is viewed by the world.
So we're going to move on to a topic that I know is near and dear to many people in this room, which is how to close the gender gap and increase the representation of women, not only on Wikipedia, but again, as we've been discussing, in the world in order to be reflected on Wikipedia. Ferial, you are a rare woman leader in journalism, both in South Africa and certainly on the continent. Tell us about that and tell us what you think it will take for more women to not only join the field, but to get to the editor seat like you have.
Thank you very much. So I thought I might start with a couple of stories that your questions made me reflect on. So when my name started being mentioned as a possible editor of the Mail and Guardian, my male colleagues were so incensed at this, a few of them, not all of them, it has to be said. They went to the board and they said, she can't do it. You can't give her this job. There's just no way she's able to be an investigative editor. She's not brave enough. When I went to edit City Press, I struggled. It has to be said. Just for you, those of you who don't know, it's a big Sunday newspaper, very long and great history, and I was struggling with a massive redesign and reshaping of it. And one day the general manager and I were having one of our conversations, and he said to me, you know, my idea of an editor is somebody with balls and braces and a big cigar. And I thought, oh, I'm just not going to satisfy that. Upon reflection, I think I've been okay at my roles. You know, lots of, I hope, good stories, many awards for teams. But it does show you how the world was only about 20 years ago. And so I watched from a front row seat how a wave of women media leaders across our continent and the world took up their places and took it up, working extremely hard, much harder it has to be said, really going into leadership positions. But now I speak to you at a moment that's very difficult for the mass or established media, as we know from around the world. You would know from firsthand how the media newsrooms are so much smaller. At the Daily Maverick now, we regard it as having one of the larger newsrooms at 39 people. That's minute. But across our continent, newsrooms are that much smaller. And so what I've noticed is the numbers are shifting again. The patriarchal patterns are back. In South Africa, many women have said, this is too hard on my life, and have stopped taking up those editor positions. So that wave is changing. And I think for me, that's why I'm so interested in the collaboration that we're going to be speaking about this morning.
I think that the reflection on how the news media is changing, many Wikipedians see firsthand, and how we engage with sources for citations and how we understand where content is coming from. I know, Anusha, you've been a vocal champion for how we close knowledge gaps, how we think about knowledge equity, which is one of our key pillars of movement strategy. And I think just trying to connect the dots of how everybody not only participates in the sum of all knowledge, but is reflected in it.
Absolutely. So in addition to the abysmal stats that we see in African content, just looking at the gender issue and Wikipedia as a whole, only 19% of biographies on Wikipedia are about women. And 14% of editors are women. I heard that increased by 1% in the last year. So yay us. So these stats go hand in hand. Women tend to focus on and understand the gaps about women. And they look for the content about women and try to fill those gaps. It also reflects bias in the wider media ecosystem. You know, a lot of the historical record leaves out the accomplishments of women. And so women editors and other people adding articles about women to Wikipedia are often again faced with a media ecosystem that hasn't adequately represented women. And so they're trying to find notable sources. Again, people in this room. I will call out actually Alice Kimbambo, who we celebrated as part of our Wiki Celebrate initiative this past year, who is a prolific Wikimedian and librarian who has edited for so many of our projects, but also makes it a point to add articles about women politicians to Wikipedia. And that's really important. There's also incredible initiatives like Wiki Loves Women that have added more than 7,000 articles, part of the She Said campaign that they do. And we're seeing shifts as a result. Now, 20% of newcomers to Wikipedia are women, which is wonderful. And we've seen huge shifts in certain countries. In Kenya and Sub-Saharan Africa, since 2022, we've seen a 26% increase in articles about women. And in Nigeria, in that time, it's been 23%. And Art and Feminism Research, which is a user group that is part of the Wikimedia affiliate groups, has shown through their own research that these initiatives are moving the needle, and we're getting more content about women on Wikipedia.
Yes, that deserves a round of applause. Well done. And I think Alice was our bell ringer earlier, if I'm not mistaken. So hopefully she's in the room. There you are. Thank you, Alice. I'm going to cover one more big topic, and then I want to make sure we open up some space if there are questions or conversation in the room. As many of us know, 2024 remains the year of the most global elections, the most people in the world who are voting in elections across the world. And that has raised attention to how prolific misinformation and disinformation has become online. We knew it before, but I think in this year of global elections, it's had heightened scrutiny. It is certainly something we talk about, we collaborate on, and we work with in the Wikimedia movement. I think, Varial, the question for you is, what is the role that journalists can play? How can these citizen journalists in this room, people who are focused on accurate information and reliable sources, be part of that? What is the role of journalism in helping society really tackle misinformation and disinformation?
Thank you. So it truly has been it is the year of elections, huge. Like you say, half the world's people were going to the polls this year. So ahead of our own election in May, there were great fears about the spread of mis and disinformation because, you know, our era of state capture was littered with misinformation that allowed the grand larceny we saw. And so what happened was a really exciting thing. Is civil society got together with the media and taught us how to fact check instantly, how to check manifesto promises, how to very quickly disarm disinformation networks which were making themselves felt across our country. And that, I mean, we're still busy studying how it happened, but it was massive training, massive collaboration, breaking down the silos with civil society and the old media, I would call us. And at the end of the day, it was found that no single massive disinformation or misinformation, be it about migrancy, be it about any number of topics which were coming up, none of it took root enough to influence the election. And so most observer missions, but more importantly, our own independent electoral commission was able to declare free and fair the elections, but also to do that with, I think, the buy-in of people. Obviously, our biggest story is why are so many young people not voting, and how can we use massive movements like Wikipedia to improve that. But as far as misinformation and disinformation goes, the picture near the end of this year is much better one than I thought it would be at the start of the year.
And I mean, that's been the experience that the foundation has seen across many other geographies, but it doesn't happen by accident. It happens because
it happens
people
by politics and commitment and collaboration.
And people doing hard work together. Yes. So, Anusha, I'm going to give you the final word, because a lot of this panel is about how old media, I'm going to use Ferial's word, traditional media engages with and can learn from and partner, and how is there a stronger two-way relationship, I would say, between what we've come to call traditional media and the work that we do and that others who are focused on the digital space can learn from.
Absolutely. I think that there is so much potential for collaboration between the Wikimedia world and journalists in general. At Wikimedia, we believe that knowledge is a human right, and that's inherently also connected to our belief in freedom of expression and a free press. Without those things, Wikipedians can't do the incredible work that they do. I think that there are so many lessons within the Wikimedia world that can be shared also with the wider media ecosystem. Wikimedia's model inherently protects against disinformation. So we don't have ads, we don't track people's personal information, and we don't personalize content. So there isn't an algorithm that tells you what to watch and tells what your neighbor what to read. What you see is what you get on Wikipedia, whether you're in Johannesburg or New York City. So there's really no incentive for content to go viral on Wikipedia. We know that all Wikimedians also prioritize accuracy over speed. They are relentless about getting the facts straight, and some of them will tell you that they spend hours researching just to get one passage of content on Wikipedia. Also, we're seeing a lot of skepticism within the wider media ecosystem around one-sided reporting, or even, the one-sided content that social media in particular shows us. And our principle towards neutrality is really important, because that means that we have to add content as far as possible without bias. Wikipedians right not to convince, but to explain and educate. And our collaborative editing model forces people to actually consider different viewpoints. We even have studies done by Harvard, a Nature study, that actually say that the more people that edit any one article, the better that article becomes. And there's a lot of humility in that too. And I think humility in the wake of generative AI is something that we need to think about also, because Wikipedians know when they've made a mistake, they're happy to admit it, and they're happy to take the cue from other Wikipedians and get into a back and forth debate about it. And all of that is transparent, and you can see it on the back end. So transparency is another one of our pillars that is really important, and an important lesson, I think, for the wider ecosystem more generally.
Thank you. Ferial, any last word from you before I open it up, just to see what conversation topics people have on their minds?
I was really excited to see all the work being done to make visible the invisible. Because another small story from my time. When I was a financial journalist, I was so alarmed by how the economy, the world business, was being told only from the perspective of white men long ago. And so I used to go to the editor and say, can't we have some black people or women columnists? And you know what the answer would be? There just aren't any. And obviously that's a problem in the world. So it's lovely to see these stories being made visible and telling those stories. Some of the work you sent me, people I hadn't heard of. So if Wiki is going to be the place where you make visible these wonderful stories, it's so inspiring for the next generation. It's vital.
Well, it's a useful reminder. How many of you were at Wiki Indaba last year when we were in Morocco? And do you remember that we gave the Open the Knowledge Journalism Award to Carlos from Kenya, who had written a very powerful article about Kenyan colonial history. And Carlos worked for the Associated Press and all of these reputable journalism houses, and I think was a recognition of the way that we can add new knowledge that, again, can find its way into the story of Kenyan colonialist history from a different lens. And so I think it's a really good example, Ferial, of the point that you are making. We have, I want to just have a conversation since we have been sitting for a while. We probably have time for one or two either comments or questions. If you don't want to ask in English, we will translate. So feel free to speak in whatever language you want. I see in the back. Do you mind introducing yourself just so we all know who you are?
Hello, my name is Derek Moore, and I'm a very recent Wikipedian. I'm slightly underemployed, and so I've been enjoying the Wikimedia environment a lot, and I've learned a heck of a lot. For example, one of the things that I've learned was South Africa has a state newspaper called Vuk'uzenzele, and that was unknown to me at all. And possibly because I'm white and I live in an urban center, that was the case. Because I speak to folk in rural areas, and they say, "Of course, Vuk'uzenzele is a state newspaper," and it's, I mean, it's not that good, but it's there. But one of the things that I have a concern about in the media world is exactly what you were talking about: disappearing references. And what I often do is I use the Internet Archive to reference and collect some things that I see that are disappearing. For example, IOL at the moment. Many IOL articles are vanishing. And I'm very concerned that the history that I see on Wikipedia that refers to IOL and others, I'm not picking on IOL, but we have a case of link rot. And my question for you, Ferial, is have you heard of the Center for High Performance Computing? Okay, now the Center for High Performance Computing, Bobby knows about the Center for High Performance Computing. It is a institution that was formed in 2007, if my Wikipedia article is correct. And it has the potential to be a source, to be a South African-led internet archive. And for me, the question is, how can we make our research infrastructures serve Wikipedians better? And instead of having to rely on the Internet Archive in San Francisco, how can we get the research infrastructure in this country to serve African Wikipedia?
So what I'm going to do, Derek, is I'm going to take a few questions because some of them Anusha can answer, some of them I might be able to weigh on. I would say the presentation we've just had before this can start serving as an answer to your question in terms of how to build research infrastructure, both in universities and maybe in government. I saw a hand over here.
Thank you. Okay. Hi, everyone. I'm Kyla. I'm a convener for Recreate. Okay, so I've been a bit almost annoyed and despondent about the state of African journalism recently, because in addition to monopolies that own, you know, our media and our news outlets, the few that make it through online, through avenues like social media, end up getting censored. Because now we also have this issue of monopolies running our social media and censoring our social media, and to the point where we had Anthony Blinken in the US shut down Africa Stream, which, as far as I know, is an independent, well-run journalist site that is providing stories that are very much missing from online platforms, and there's so few, and that they could just censor it so quickly. The next day it was off YouTube, Twitter, TikTok, everything. Is there kind of a broader conversation? What do we do about these monopolies and the censorship? Because clearly they only want stories to be told from a Western perspective.
Thank you for that. I think we're going to take one more that's over here, and then we'll hand over to the panelists for their responses.
Thank you very much. My name is Iwala Lucy, and I'm from Igbo Wikimedians User Group, Nigeria. So my question is so Ferriel. In terms of female editors leaving this space and compared to the issue of gender gap, so what happens in the nearest future when, at the end of the day, there's no more enough number of female editors to fill up the gap? And could you please share with us some of the hacks you've used to still maintain this space? Thank you.
Okay. So one question about research infrastructure, one about monopolization of both traditional and social media. And I think, Ferriel, what have been the hacks that have let you succeed as a female editor in the world of journalism? Maybe we'll start with that with you and then work backwards.
Okay. What have been the hacks? I have scars on my back. I mean, it hasn't been. I mean, the journey has been a long and hard one, and part of the reason I find myself right back in local community reporting is I love it more. I'm easier there. I've done what I had to do. But what are some of the hacks is definitely building solidarity networks, undoubtedly. To work with other women, to work within the community of journalists, and to just, I suppose, channel the strengths of the elders. I come from lines of women who were never easily told to sit in our places and keep quiet. And for me, it was to always remember that. And then the spirit of resistance in the fight against apartheid has been enormously helpful. These are not hacks that are easily transportable, but I share them as being mine, and also admitting that, sure, I have scars from sitting in those chairs, but it's vital that we support so that you don't see the massive gender gaps developing again. What's really exciting for me is I'm going to Dakar in December to the African Women in Media Conference run by Yemisi. And for me, that's really where the future lies, because what she's encouraging is for women to become their own media, to teach people how to start your own media. It's much more accessible, possible to do that, because the barriers to entry are much lower than they used to be. So her focus on that is something I find deeply inspiring. I'll take another question later after we get back.
Do you have a reflection maybe on the monopolization of journalism?
Of course, I certainly do. I mean, I read Surveillance Capitalism. I have felt how difficult it is as Africans to try and influence X at all, to try and influence what happens on Google or Facebook. It's virtually impossible to do that from this corner of Africa, I've found. And so I'm part of the global movement to try and democratize tech platforms, especially for women journalists. But what does excite me enormously is that working through and watching Africa No Filter, which is Moki Makura's championing of African narratives, is I am seeing, and perhaps that's because I'm looking for it, really wonderful content being created. And I'm sure a lot of it is finding its way onto Wikipedia. So I see I don't know if you read the other day, Rana Faruha in the FT. She wrote that increasingly the US is looking like an emerging market. Okay, never mind that slur on us. But what it did show is that we're at the end of the era of American domination, of world narrative politics, global order, etc. And that I do think, because I follow Dele Olojede very carefully, and you were at Africa in the World, it really is the moment for our continent to start finding its voice, its place, etc. And I think we're at the start of that incline, which makes me very excited.
I can't think of a better way to close this conversation with just a huge thank you, Farrell, to you for your time and for being part of this community, which we consider you to be part of this community, and Anusha for the perspectives that you bring both from inside the world of Wikimedia, but frankly, a lot of conversations that you have with journalists and the media ecosystem. I hope that this morning's presentations have given us things to think about as we go into our own sessions. There is, as Fariel has said so beautifully, an opportunity for Africa to rise. And that's the work that we have to do, not just here in Johannesburg, but in all of the places that all of you have traveled from. With that, I'm handing back over to Chief Bobby.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mariana. I have small gifts for you as well. Yes? Cameraman? Anushka? And then Ferial. Thank you so much. Can you please give them a round of applause once again as they go and sit down? God, Professor Langakumalo spoke, a lot of very important things here, and I feel that we needed to ask some things. We needed to comment. Yeah, I can just feel, but I don't want to open an opportunity where now we're gonna go. Just one comment, if there's one comment on Professor Langakumalo's. Okay, I can see many hands, but I'm just going to take one. Michael, you raise your hand. Yeah, please give Michael. And then I see a hand.
Michael Graaf from Wikimedia South Africa. I just want to add something that Bobby himself should have said when he was talking about the national motto, United in Diversity, that the Ku and San languages, the click phonemes that you see there's 3 different ones, but there are many others, some of which cannot be created with a normal keyboard. And the Wikimedia Foundation, in time for this Indaba, has created keyboard support for all those click phonemes. So from today, you can go to the incubator and start creating a Kukuhuab Wikipedia if you want.
Thank you so much. And then I saw a hand, and then after that we give to that, and then we give to Prof. Kumalo just to comment. I saw another hand there. Was okay. Yeah, a hand there.
Yeah. Thank you. For me, it's just a comment. I heard, I'm here. Okay. Yeah. Yes, my name is Candy from Botswana. I got interested on the comment, the speech that Professor Lanka was speaking about. I'm from Botswana, and I just want to say I'm really intrigued and would like to actually know which partners you're working with in Botswana so that we could actually collaborate with our community as well. I think this is a great platform to actually interact, and yeah, that's it.
Eka Professor Khumalo ni tsakela ku khensa ntirho wa n'wina. Leswi mi swi endlaka for ririmi ra hina a swi endliwi hi n'wana, so hi ri khani mambo, you can see. That's just a Xitsonga way to say thank you for the work that you're doing. The work on the Ndebele Wikipedia is amazing. It's a project I've been passionate about for 10 years. And to stand here, I didn't bring Azana with me. There's a mascot for the Ndebele Wikipedia who gave up after a lot of trying, and we couldn't get the language going. So I think Azana will come back from retirement because of this. Thank you.
Maybe to talk about the infrastructure question that was asked. The research infrastructure network is set up to change the way we are doing things and to support, not just because I know I have just been inducted into the NEXIX steering committee. The focus has been to support mining, has been to support a lot of business. It hasn't been to support media, especially this sphere. And I think it is up to research infrastructures such as ours to actually start working with similar infrastructures. There are so many. There are 13 that were launched in 2016. And there is very little synergy between the research infrastructures themselves, but they were set up to advance national science. And I think these are the imperatives that we need to be advancing, things that change our social circumstances, and media needs to be connected in a big way in terms of infrastructure support, in terms of resource support. And I think we need to have a conversation. I don't know when the next steering committee meeting is going to be. I'm going to be inducted there, and I am going to press that. I think we need to do more to use these research infrastructures for societal good. DSI says they want to see translational impact. I hope the new GNU government is going to insist on seeing translational impact on these infrastructures to start doing science that changes society. Not science for science's sake, or science to advance paronyms, but science to transform society, because they are set up to achieve just that. So I really like your comment. I think it's a key imperative for research infrastructures to start doing what they were set up to do.
One, two. Thank you so much. So we are going to change track and pay special tribute to a friend that we've lost. And in this moment, I'm going to give over to my colleague, Sislaus.
Thank you, Bobby. So for those of us who didn't know, in 2018, a user joined us through the Igbo Wikimedians user group. He was so unique that he had his username in Igbo. It read user Otunwachinemere. And, you know, his journey with us was ended abruptly by an incident that occurred on 13th of September while we're having the Wiki Conference Nigeria. And this person, you guys would popularly know him through the Wiki Loves Africa project, where until his death, he was the community facilitator. And his name is Wilson Ola. Yeah, we lost him. There's no easy way to tell you guys who were one way or the other touched by his work. If you had ever hosted Wiki Loves Africa from 2023 or before then, he made sure the engine got oiled. He brought about the mobile photo photography training when we noticed that most contributors were using their mobile phones from Africa. Yeah, he was a lot to us. Ayla.
Thank you, Sislaus. This is not an easy thing to do. It's something that I think is probably the first time we've had to share such a monumental and difficult moment as a community, as an African community. I know we have globally done this before, but not amongst us, and not with somebody who literally moments before was vital and alive and sharing on Wikimedia L, sharing lyrics. And I think it's been very shocking and heartbreaking for all of us, especially our team. We couldn't, on the Sunday when Ceslaus phoned us, it was absolutely, everyone was devastated. From Wiki Loves Africa, he took over the mantle and he's such a quiet person, but so strong and determined. The first time I met him was at Wiki Indaba in Kigali, where he paid for himself to come because he
crowdfunded.
He crowdfunded. He was determined he was going to be there because there was no funding for him to be from Nigeria. And so he honors his family in the way he dressed. He loved jazz. He was a brand newly minted husband to his wife, Mercy, and he was a huge part of our team. Many of you will know him, will have been with his very quiet inquiry into how you work so he could support you better. And at the end, towards the end of this month, on the 18th, we're going to host Wiki Africa Hour for you to celebrate his life. And we're also here announcing that next year, one of the Wiki Loves Africa prizes will be in his name so that his legacy will continue. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
There is a book that Ceslaus has. If you have memories or just thoughts or things to share, please write in the book that the wonderful team here has created for us. And just hold him, remember him with love and celebration of who he was. Thank you.
Thank you, Ayla.
Thank you. And at this point, I would like to ask everybody to be upstanding so that we have a moment of silence in honor of Wilson. Starting now. Thank you. Yeah, Wilson was very close to Ceslaus. It's hard for him, and he was there. He was one of the first respondents to everything, so he hasn't processed everything. So thank you for being here today. And for sure, Wilson's impact, his work, we feel his loss as Wikimedians, but we celebrate his life. Yeah, so to anybody who's deeply affected by this and you need support, yeah, there's a team at the back. You can talk to somebody. And if you are also next to someone right now who's overwhelmed, please give them a hug. We're here for each other. Okay? All right. It's hard to move back from that, but we're going to take a break. Step out, lunch is ready, network, engage, and after that, we will proceed to the different breakout rooms that are happening with the sessions. So enjoy. Thanks.
He no finish, they will fight us. If them they run, them no fit catch up. I know they form say I too righteous. No con they form say you too like us. You no get the time, but the hate and the bad energy. Come on, man. Make it last like broccoli. Steady green like broccoli. Steady on my grind, no yeah, what they want, telling me could be not my fantasy. You know they check it, that be no wrong. It rush well, it be much. Now gotta make my top in the rush. We got money, we touch. Yeah, it rush well, it be much. No be hype, everybody rush. There's no darling, we touch. See me jackpot that I dey go Ghana, yeah. You never touch you dey from Papa. This kind money we never see before. Cause hello me for me feeling that me want to day. I never take my cake away. You can't come my place. I just did my lane. You no get the time, but the hate and the bad energy. Come my mind on my money. Make you dance like broccoli. Steady green like broccoli. Steady on my grind, oh yeah, what you want, telling me could be not my fantasy. What they check if that be no wrong. But it rush well, it be much. Now gotta make my top be the rush. The kind money we touch, yeah. It rush well, it be much. No be hype, everybody the rush. There's no darling we touch. I need to survive. Loving me, totally me. I am so obsessed. I want to chop your body. I want to make a wish. Open up, make I see what you're my one city. Make a bad man sing. You could be my partner, never ride a solo, no. And we can do I'm your you don't need to party, oh. When I watch you down, I gotta go. I should have come early in the morning. Oh yeah, she can make you say my boy. Call me Mr. Bean, I go make you on. You're ready to make a wish. Open up, make I see what you're my one city. If you make a bad man sing, no one be. You're ready to make a wish. Open up, make I see what you're my one city. If you make a bad man sing, no one.
Après la sortie photographique, très fatigué. Voilà, j'ai du point de photo dans la rue. Et à gauche, il y avait aussi mon collègue qui m'avait accompagné. Et il n'y a pas que le Bénin qui l'a fait, en RDC, en République du Congo plutôt, en RDC bien sûr, en République démocratique du Congo et en République du Congo, au Gabon aussi, ils ont fait des sorties photographiques, vous allez voir la photo de famille de là-bas, ils ont fait des sorties photographiques. Voilà, le Niger aussi l'a fait, c'est vrai que c'était un peu difficile pour eux de faire des sorties au regard du contexte actuel un peu délicat, mais nous comprenons. Et le Madagascar aussi l'a fait, bon, il n'y a pas beaucoup d'images, mais il y a quand même beaucoup d'écriture. On est à bonjour, voilà. Et donc, voilà, et le slide. Voilà, alors, il y a un graphe qui est là. Le graphe qui est là, c'est que j'ai recensé tous les pays qui ont les indépendances de 1960, c'est-à-dire, vous allez voir, à partir de janvier jusqu'en décembre, il y a la coupe varie. Vous allez remarquer que les plus grandes coupes, là où il y a plus de coupes, c'est entre juillet et août. Entre juillet et août, ça veut dire que c'est là où il y a plus de pays qui fêtent l'indépendance. D'accord? Entre juillet et août, il y a plus de pays qui fêtent l'indépendance. Et donc, qu'est-ce que je voudrais montrer, c'est que entre juillet et août, nous demandons peut-être aux gens de se joindre à nous. C'est pourquoi j'ai appelé ça l'appel à la communauté. Donc, entre juillet et août, vous pouvez vous joindre à nous, soit en éditation, soit en photographie. Si peut-être que vous pouvez faire des éditatons le jour, vous pouvez le faire. Voilà. Alors, ce qui a marché, les difficultés, c'est l'accès limité aux zones stratégiques. Le jour de l'indépendance, c'est un jour très délicat où la sécurité était très renforcée. Et nous n'avons pas vraiment bien fait les choses en amont, mais pour avoir les badges, c'était vraiment très, très compliqué. On n'avait pas eu les badges, on était resté dans le grand public comme des spectateurs, mais avec mon objectif. Moi, je dis toujours, quelle que soit votre position, vous pouvez faire des photos. Donc ça a été fait. L'institution de badge, l'institution de communication, nous avons communiqué très peu. Donc désormais, on va davantage communiquer pour amener d'autres personnes à se joindre à nous, pour que nous puissions alors nous réapproprier notre propre histoire. Ce qui a marché, c'est la réappropriation de notre histoire. Vous voyez, avec ce qu'on a fait, nous sommes allés à faire des choses, à créer des articles sur les institutions de la République, les personnalités qui ont marqué les indépendances, les premiers présidents de l'indépendance, les discours de l'indépendance, l'hymne national. En fait, ça nous permet quand même de prendre des thématiques de souveraineté pour pouvoir l'écrire. Donc, voilà un peu ce qui a marché. Et cette campagne, voilà, l'implication d'autres pays, parce qu'on n'a pas fait ça qu'au Bénin. Il y a le Madagascar, le Congo, les deux Congos qui l'ont fait, et le Gabon. Nous invitons aussi le Sénégal et d'autres pays à se joindre à nous la prochaine fois. Alors, je suis là en tant que liaison de la food prod qui a été créée en 2015 à New York et dont l'objectif est d'améliorer les informations sur la culture. Donc, elle est aux États-Unis, donc c'est aussi une structure de Wikimedia avec qui nous avons travaillé, qui constitue aussi un support pour les communautés, un support en termes de conseil, en termes de stratégie. Et donc, voilà, on défend les personnes d'origine africaine, et voilà. C'est dans ce cadre-là, c'est dans le cadre de notre collaboration que AfroCode m'a permis d'être parmi vous ce soir. Autre slide. Puis après, le support du Bénin, On a fait des sorties, on a fait des actions. Grâce à Foucault, j'étais aussi allé à Singapour. Voilà, 2022, non, je crois. Voilà. J'étais à Singapour et voilà. Nous avons fait le mois africain où on a fait la remise des prix. Voilà. En collaboration aussi avec Wikimedia, je pense que d'ici 3 jours, quelqu'un va en parler. Bien sûr, Afrocoda a supporté aussi le Gabon, qui est aussi une jeune communauté, qui est en train de se construire. Et, elle n'est pas encore là, mais elle va venir d'ici ce soir, parce qu'il y a eu quelques difficultés dans son travail. Donc, c'est aussi une jeune communauté vraiment à soutenir. Là, c'est aussi le Congo. Le Congo, la République du Congo, la République démocratique du Congo aussi, et aussi l'Angola, dans le cadre du mois, voilà. L'Angola, qui est aussi une jeune communauté en pleine construction aussi, et nous travaillons toujours ensemble, Afrocode et Wikimedia. Voilà. Le Cameroun aussi, grâce à nos Boujika, bientôt, avec Keynote, Wiki Gap, qui va se passer bientôt. Voilà. Donc, actuellement, Afrocode a fait quelques activités et vous pouvez dérouler. Other slides. Voilà. Other slides. Donc, c'est un peu cela ma présentation. L'objectif, c'est de vous amener à se joindre à nous, désormais, quelle que soit la forme que ça va prendre, soit par des sorties photographiques, soit par des éditateurs, que ce soit sur Wikipédia, que ce soit sur Wikicode, que ce soit même sur Wikinews, parce que quand il s'agit des indépendances, il y a toujours des événements. Donc, on a fait des articles sur Wikinews, Wikivoyage et Wikicode. Donc, tout le monde a sa place. Je pensais que vous allez applaudir. Bon, oui, mais je pense que c'est... Est-ce qu'il y a encore quelque chose que je n'ai pas abordé? Other slide? Don't know if he's here or able to do it online. Alors, voilà, je suis à la fin de ma présentation. Est-ce que vous avez des questions? And then we have things here.
Merci beaucoup, très cher Oscar, par rapport à la présentation et par rapport au projet Wiki Independence MEF. La question qui me vient directement, c'est, vous avez suggéré cela dans vos défis, qui est le fait de prendre des photos lors des événements, puisque quand nous parlons de l'indépendance, c'est la sécurité est plus ou moins renforcée. Maintenant, en voyant vos défis, en voyant également les difficultés que vous avez rencontrées, comment est-ce que vous comptez soutenir les autres communautés qui veulent s'engager à pouvoir vous aider dans cette campagne-là? C'est-à-dire comment avoir peut-être de l'accréditation, c'est-à-dire avoir ces badges-là pour pouvoir aller réellement prendre ces photos pour pouvoir supporter cette campagne-là.
Pour soutenir la communauté, moi je l'ai dit juste ce que moi je fais. Et les défis, c'est qu'il faut déjà aller à la rencontre des gens. Il faut frapper à des portes. Donc, on va vous rejeter quelque part, on va vous accepter quelque part. Donc, les badges, c'est possible. Même si on ne vous donne pas le badge, vous pouvez être là dans le public en tant que spectateur et faire les photos. Les photos qu'on a faites là, on a fait plus de, cette personne n'est pas allée sur Meta, on a fait plus de 200 photos. Près de 200 photos. Et dans les 200 photos, j'ai soumis au moins 3 ou 4 images qui sont promis images de qualité. J'ai catégorisé les images. Je suis allé sur des photos des militaires, je suis allé chercher comment, qu'est-ce que ça veut dire, je suis allé catégoriser. Et ça m'a permis aussi d'écrire sur notre armée. Quand on dit on écrit sur votre armée, c'est de savoir, bon, la gendarmerie nationale du Togo, bien la gendarmerie nationale du Bénin, ou bien le sapeur-pompier du Togo, ou bien de Madagascar, bon, ainsi de suite. En fait, ça peut susciter des créations. Donc, les grands défis, c'est ça. Il faut aller vers les gens. Maintenant, si vous n'avez pas de sous, parce qu'il n'y a pas eu de sous derrière, donc personne ne m'a financé, c'est moi-même, de façon volontaire, qui suis parti toute une journée et tout ça. Donc, c'est chacun qui va organiser au regard du contexte qui se présente. Si l'État dit non, il n'y a pas de photo, d'accord, il ne faut pas faire. D'accord? Mais je dis, quand il y a des événements comme ça, même en tant que spectateur, vous restez loin pour tu prendre des photos. C'est pas rien. Est-ce qu'il y a d'autres questions? Oui?
Merci beaucoup. Tu as répondu à une partie de ma question, qui était de savoir, puisque je vous ai pris je vous ai pris en cours, voilà, c'est le terme que je cherchais. Je vous ai pris en cours, donc certainement tu l'avais déjà dit. Donc, je voulais savoir, c'est quoi les retombées réelles de toutes ces activités-là que vous avez menées, que ce soit dans le cadre de pardon, ou dans le cadre du mois africain des indépendances. Quels sont les résultats? Là, tu viens de parler de 200 photos, c'était bon à mentionner. De l'article qui a été créé, c'était bon à mentionner, c'était même très bon à présenter. Ça nous permet d'avoir une idée plus profonde de toutes les actions que vous avez menées, parce que finalement, sur Wikipédia, c'est ce qui est évaluable. On peut dire on a organisé 15 activités, on a organisé 10 marches, mais à la fin de la journée, qu'est-ce qui a été bénéfique pour Wikimedia, pour un projet Wikimedia en fait. Donc, il faut mettre peut-être ça en avant, ça pourrait vraiment aider. Et la deuxième question, tu as parlé des activités menées avec Afro-Crowd, mais j'ai pas, c'est vrai, moi je connais Afro-Crowd, mais dans ton intervention, on n'a pas vraiment senti. Avec Afro-Crowd, tu mènes quoi comme activité? Vous travaillez sur quoi? Par exemple, je prends l'exemple sur avec Wiki Africa, les gens travaillent sur Wiki Loves Women, ils produisent des articles sur les femmes, etc. Avec Afro-Crowd, quels sont les articles ou qu'est-ce que vous avez fait exactement pour le Bénin? Merci.
Merci beaucoup. Et j'avais déjà présenté quelques images où on a fait des activités au Bénin, où Afro-Crowd a constitué un support. Et je vais... La même chose avec la République du Congo et les deux Congos, et pour plusieurs activités. Et récemment aussi avec le Burkina Faso. Donc c'est un partenariat en termes de support stratégique et en termes de de support stratégique et de management. Et dans le cadre de ce qu'on fait, voilà, le Madagascar, Fokoda avait été mis en contact avec, je crois, l'ambassadrice. Et donc, c'est un peu ça. Alors, quel rôle moi je joue avec elle? Moi, je suis comme un ambassadeur, comme une liaison. Parce que vous savez, elle ne comprend pas trop français, elle comprend anglais. Et donc, par mon intermédiaire, alors, on arrive alors à travailler avec certaines communautés. Pour finir avec le mois de l'indépendance, moi je vais vous envoyer la page méta, la page de méta du Bénin, qui nous a permis de faire beaucoup d'articles. Beaucoup d'articles où pour vous en servir. On a fait par exemple, relation entre le Bénin et le Togo, relation entre le mois, les institutions de l'État. On est même allé jusqu'à faire Wiki News et même Wiki Voyage et tout ça. Et mais j'ai dit tout à l'heure qu'on n'a pas juste pris les images pour les stocker là. On les a catégorisées on les a renommés et on les a évalués. Si quelqu'un prend des photos et que les images, au moins une ou deux images, ont été évaluées comme images de qualité, ça veut dire que c'est aussi du gros boulot. Donc ça nous permet quand même de susciter d'autres choses à faire, ainsi de suite. Is it okay?
Yeah. Thank you so much for keeping time. Can we give him a round of applause? Thank you so much. Kindly, I know the interaction should continue. If you have got any question, you can post them in the event IE so that you can pick them up. Because we are running short of time, we are going to move to the next session. Let's connect. And I think they are ready, and I'll welcome them front so that they can proceed.
Hi, everyone. Hello. Hi, everyone. Welcome to today's panel conversation. We are going to have a panel conversation about Let's Connect. Let's Connect is a peer learning platform which was started by the Wikimedia Foundation and the community to create peer learning support for Wikimedians across the world. And over the period, we've had a number of activities that has happened. And so we have 3 Let's Connect members, 2 from Nigeria, 1 from Tanzania, who will be sharing their experiences and the works they've done over the period with us. Is a slide? So my name is Justice Okan Alute. My colleague Bukola James.
Hi, my name is Bukola James, and I am the liaison for representing Sub-Saharan Africa on the Let's Connect team. Good to see you all in this room. Thank you.
Yeah. So our panel members would be Justin Maseku from Tanzania, Barakat Adeboye from the Kwara Let's Connect team, and Musa Umar from Let's Connect Awuza. So basically, we're going to tell you the Let's Connect story in Africa. We're also going to have a panel conversation on what our panel have done over the period, and also take questions from everyone present. So basically, Let's Connect, like I was saying, is a peer program for Wikimedians across the world. We started off in March of 2022, where we tried to imagine how the Wikimedia Foundation and volunteers can come together to create a platform where peer learning could be supported and then pushed forward. So over the period, we've done a number of activities. Next slide. Mainly what we do, we hold learning clinics and connectathons. We also have like a skills directory where every Let's Connect member is on there. So once you sign up to Let's Connect, there's a skill directory that is created. So if you need a certain skill from a member on Let's Connect, you can hit them up and then you can try and have conversations around that. And we also try and facilitate connections as well during some of those conversations. We are a team of 10 community members across various regions of the world. I lead communications for Let's Connect. Bukola is the lead for Africa. So far, we have 410 Let's Connect members across the world. We've done 19 connectathons, what we call connectathons, and then we have over 64 learning clinics, which we have some still coming up over the next couple of weeks. In Africa, we've done 6 local connectathons, where Let's Connect members within the locality took their learning and went and started sharing some of those learnings with their participants. So let's look at the impact of Let's Connect in Sub-Saharan Africa. We've had 14 learning clinics, which has had sharers from Sub-Saharan Africa involved. The good thing is we've had a very high female percentage of sharers as compared to male, which for me balances very well for me. We are 2 liaisons on the working group from SSA, 6 regional implementations. And so far, the MENA region has the highest number of learners on Let's Connect. So we have about 224 from Middle East and Africa, with majority from the Sub-Saharan Africa region. So yes, so we'll move on to the panel conversation, which will be moderated by Bukola.
Okay, thank you so much for sharing about our impact stories, and good to see how Let's Connect has grown over the years. Yes, so these are the faces of our panelists. We have Justin from Tanzania. He led 2 Let's Connect implementation. We also have Barakat Adegboye, and she also led 2 implementation in North Central Nigeria. And we have Musa Omar, who is also a Let's Connect member who has led the implementation in the northern region in Nigeria. And today, this conversation will be a continuation of a conversation that we had started during the Wiki Conference Nigeria, where we had interacted with Barakat Adegboye and Musa Omar to share about how they transition from being a member of Let's Connect to leading regional implementation in their various community. And today we have Justin also joined this panel conversation where we would continue to speak on what impacts they've made, sharing their experiences around the challenges they face, and also looking towards the future of how we want to see Let's Connect being implemented regionally. And are they connected already? Okay, so while we try to do the tech, I will just share about more details on what we discussed about in the Wiki Conference Nigeria. So we had Barakat and Musa Omar share about what motivated them to promote knowledge equity in Nigeria, and also the challenges they faced during the implementation. They also talked about the method of evaluating their impact, because Let's Connect is not like you're teaching people on how to edit Wikipedia article. It's more about providing them the necessary skills that they need to grow their community as organizers. So we also wanted to understand how they were able to evaluate the impact of this program on organizers within their region. And some of the recommendations we got based off from this conversation was that they talked about the need to expand regional implementation of Let's Connect beyond this specific country. Now, based off on the implementation we've always had implementation in Tanzania, Nigeria. I mean, local implementation. So they talked about the need to expand beyond Tanzania. We want to see more Let's Connect members implementing Let's Connect programs in their various regions. And another feedback we got was the need to increase funding. We heard from the organizers on the need to increase funding because they felt like the rapid grant support they were getting was limited to help them really ensure that a lot of organizers, Wikimedia project organizers, could be parts of future implementation of clinics that they would like to hold. We also had feedback on the need to ensure that we hold more physical learning clinics and not just online learning clinics. So our program most oftentimes happen virtually. For those who are part of the Let's Connect community, you would have seen most of our clinics always happening online. And for regional coordinators, I mean those in different countries who also want to carry out this project, they said it was most useful to hold physical learning clinics because the program organizers felt more connected and it was easy for them to grasp the skills that they were learning. So unlike having virtual space where interaction was a bit limited and sometimes people feel disconnected from the topic or what they are training on. So these were some of the things that they highlighted. I don't know if we can have the panel. Okay, so today what we will be focusing on is to also hear from these program organizers who had led to implementation previously. We want to know if there was any form of peer-to-peer learning initiatives that was being carried out in their various countries before Let's Connect started implementing all of these peer-to-peer learning program. I would also like to hear from them on how Let's Connect initiative are strengthening their community engagements and collaboration. Because Let's Connect is, like I said, is beyond just helping Wikimedians acquire editing skills or contributing to the project, but we are helping to build skills of program organizers. And we have different areas that we work on. We have a taxonomy for skills. We have the helping Wikimedia organizers improve their communication skills. We have project management skills. We also help them to improve their own wiki and off-wiki skills. And when I talk of on-wiki skills, it can be beyond editing. There are some other all-wiki skills that require technical know-how, like how to run queries, how to better evaluate the impacts of your projects, how to use different on-wiki tools that you may not be familiar with previously. So these are some of the things we do. And okay. Okay, we'd also be talking about the successes that these organizers have achieved holding in-person hybrid learning clinics. Because initially when the local implementation started, we started with just virtual, where they organize learning clinics online, Connectator and the likes. But the second implementation was more of an hybrid mode, where we have... Okay, so while we wait for the tech to help us get the panel on, I would like to hear from you if you have any questions, comments. And if this is the first time you're hearing about Let's Connect, how do you envision Let's Connect improving your community program? How can we help you as Let's Connect program leads?
Thank you. Maybe as we think through that, you have indicated that this is done online.
Yeah.
And then when you look at also the way you operate, you are mapping the skills. Is there a situation where you have tried to map out the skills and then you realize that you cannot get some skills cannot be mapped? And what do you actually do? Because, you know, like you need a mentor so that can, it's a space where you are giving and you are also receiving and, you know, something like that.
Yeah.
So my first question is that how do you manage to, if the skills cannot be mapped, number one. Number two, this is a volunteering, you know, role. You have a number of meetings and you have a number of trainings. How do you manage to retain your members who are spread globally to ensure that your goal of connecting continues? So kindly, if you can assist me to answer those two questions, I'll appreciate.
Okay, so the last one, how do we manage to keep our members and how do we keep the space engaging till date? So on when Let's Connect started, we tried to map out different ways that we can motivate members to continue to engage with our programs. And one of such was coming up with badges and banisters, where after you must have shared your skill, we try to recognize you, we try to appreciate your efforts, and we do that by like showing a banister on your user profile. And apart from that, we also do well to ensure that we have your work carefully documented as part of our reports, which is also a kind of an achievement because we don't just give out the banisters to all Let's Connect members. We try to use that to identify those that are learning. And also, if you had participated, like let's say you've joined series of Let's Connect Clinic, we also make provision to recognize you using these banisters. And over time, if as a sharer, like I said, we had regional implementation. Now, this did not just come about based off on, okay, we just want you to implement. It was based on a series of clinics that these members had joined, and also based off on how we had seen them lead not just the clinics that we organize, but how they had led programs in their local community. So these are various ways that we try to recognize and appreciate our members. And we are still in the process of improving our ways to recognize and appreciate members. So by the time we are done with our evaluation, we'll be coming up with series of new ways, programs, and activities to scale Let's Connect. And don't worry, I'll keep you updated on the progress of our evaluation reports and how we envision Let's Connect. And so your first question, sorry, can you repeat the question? Because
my first question was about the skills, mapping of the skills.
Okay.
Yeah, and I was saying like you are mapping the skills with the intention or assumption that there's someone somewhere
Yeah.
with the same skills, so that you can connect this person to the right, skill. So have you ever faced a situation where there's a particular skill, but you cannot find it within your community? And what do you usually do?
Okay, yes. So when we started Let's Connect initially, we had what we called coffees and teas. Now, coffees and teas was specifically for sharers or learners to connect directly with someone who they had identified that has a skill that they want to learn, or like to just connect and better identify what skill sets they needed to improve on. So despite the fact that we have like a taxonomy of skills, we are also open to allow members explore like different ways they want to connect and share their skills. So even though like we have this carefully documented skill taxonomy that breaks down all of these organizational skills into bits, right? We still, like I said, it's an open space where we allow learners and sharers to identify a skill gap that they want to fill, and also help them to just connect and improve their skills. So yeah, I don't know if that responds to your question.
Yeah, that's okay.
Okay, do we have another question? Comments, recommendation? Okay, if there are none, I would also like to hear from you if you will be interested in holding like a regional implementation for Let's Connect, and what skill sets do you think your community need that you can help them improve on through our program. I don't know if anyone wants to speak for their community, or you want to also share the challenges you face while trying to join our programs and why you've not been so active, if that's also a question that we can address. Okay.
Yeah, thank you, Buki. I know for Tanzania, we already have the community. So my question is, do we have a specific topic to share, like a skills, or you need to share anything about Wiki skills?
Okay, yeah, so there are different skills that you can share, although we try to categorize these skills into about 5 different types. Like I said, organization, project management, and on-wiki and technical skills. Now, if you go further and break them down, you discover that even as part of our program, people learn how to write proposal, grants, how to apply for rapid. So like one of the implementation that was carried out in Nigeria, participants who were already program organizers but don't know how to apply for funding for their projects, through our program, they were able to better understand what it means to identify a problem as a Wikimedian, how they can better evaluate their projects, and what ways they can better curate tutorial and other resources that will benefit their participants. At one of the clinics also carried out, participants who, remember, the Let's Connect program is for Wikimedian program organizers, because we want you to acquire more skills. We want you to better coordinate your community, and we want to see the impact on other participants within your community. At one of the clinics that was organized, we found out that participants also learned how to use graphic designing tools, because sometimes as Wikimedians, like we We try to amplify our projects and all that. But because we do not have some of these skills, it limits the way we communicate our projects. So we people, Let's Connect members who joined that particular clinic learn how to use Figma for the first time. They also learn how to use Canva, and yeah, there are so many. As one of the clinic, they also learn Wikisource. So it's not just about like it's further broken down into different bits, depending on what skill gap is existing in your community. Yes. Yes, please.
Thank you for your presentation. I want just to ask if Let's Connect work with another group who not speak English.
Yeah, thank you. Yes, so Let's Connect. One of the unique thing about our project is that we try to be very diverse and inclusive in terms of how we accommodate other languages. So when you join our clinics, we make provision for interpretation. We have interpretation in French, Arabic, Spanish, Portuguese. We've also had interpretation in other languages like Chinese, Mandarin, and the likes. And yes, Let's Connect is open to everybody. Remember, we also have coordinators, right, that represent each community. We have for the MENA region, we have for the Sub-Saharan Africa, we have for the East SIAP, we have for the Northwest Europe. So because we have representatives in all of this country, we expect you to connect with your coordinators for each of these countries and identify ways that we can collaborate and partner. Yes, and yes, it's open to everybody. Yes. I don't know if Justice has something to add to. Okay.
So I think one also thing that we've realized that a lot of the time within the sub-Saharan region, a lot of the Francophone people think Let's Connect is not representative of what they are talking about. But we just want to let you know that we are very multilingual. If you are comfortable in sharing in French, we'll give you the opportunity to come and share your session in French. We'll have translations in other languages. So you don't feel left out that you can't speak in your own language. No, we've had people who have spoken Spanish and we've had translations in English and other languages. So let's have the conversation. We know, like, we are in talks with judges on how we can engage the Francophone Africa more. So these are conversations that will be coming up. So reach out to us. We'll definitely find a middle ground on how we can support you better.
Yeah, thank you. And I would like to ask, do we have Let's Connect members in this room? If you have, I would like to see your hands up. Okay. Wow, so few. Okay, that means we have like many newbies that we are going to be recruiting today. You said? Okay, yeah, so haven't seen that our members are few in this room who haven't heard about Let's Connect before. This is your first time of hearing about Let's Connect. Can I see your hand up? Okay. Interesting. Yeah, so let's just talk a little bit about what Let's Connect is. You said? Okay. Yeah, so Let's Connect, for someone who is just hearing about us for the first time, is a joint foundation community initiative. When I say foundation, I mean Wikimedia Foundation and the community that makes up the Wikimedia movement coming together to form a peer learning initiative. So what do we do at this peer learning space that we organize? We make provision and we make the opportunity available for any Wikimedian who identify as a program organizer or who identify as a community lead to come share their skills with other Wikimedians in other countries. And this space is also open for you as a program organizer who has been meaning to learn a skill, but you've not had that space. So this space allow you to come learn different skills. And like I shared at one of the clinics, we had people learn about proposal writing. We also had about project management, even community engagement. We've done series of clinics on volunteer retention and sustainability, because oftentimes we found out that communities, sometimes when you recruit volunteers, it's always easy during campaign and all that. And after campaign, you find out that the momentum begins to drop for participants or editors. So this space, the Let's Connect space, provides you that opportunity to learn new skill from other Wikimedians outside of your community, and also share your own skill with other Wikimedians who are not from your community. And one of the interesting things about this space is that beyond just sharing your skill, you also have the opportunity to collaborate with other Wikimedians. Because at one of the clinic we had someone come share about Wikisource and also about Wikidata. And some other very technical and not popular Wikimedia projects, right? And at the end of the day, we find out that participants at our clinics go on to connect with this sharer, and they collaborate to implement that project in their own community. So beyond just learning, it also provides a space for collaboration. Yes, you can collaborate with the sharer, and we have, beyond the learning spaces that we organize, we also have a repository or skill directory where you can connect with other Wikimedians. I would like the tech team to help us share our QR code to our resource page so that you can scan and see what I'm talking about. So this is what we do. And like I said, we've been in existence for the past 3 years, if I'm not wrong. And we have grown over the years. We've seen so many projects bettered from our clinics, right? And also communities collaborating beyond their local spaces. So this is what we do. And we have skill directory. We have we also try to help Wikimedians connect with other volunteer network and other programs. So this is what Let's Connect is all about. And we hold programs, about 3 learning clinics in every month. And these learning clinics are being led by Wikimedians who, like I said, are project organizers, community leads in their various community. And we usually also have what we call the Connectathon. Now, this Connectathon is like an informal space where you just come to relax once in every month. So our Connectathon for this month will be holding today. I don't know if it's ongoing, Justice. Connectathon, yes, yeah. So we hold Connectathons every month, once every month, and this Connectathon help you to just connect with Wikimedians. It's a 1-hour program, and we try to make it very interesting. So it's not just about learning; you're also connecting through the process. And we've had very interesting Connectathons like Wiki Loves Music. We've had Wiki Loves Pets. We've had so many interesting programs. I cannot exhaust it. I would really like you to experience it. And yeah, so I don't know if you have any other questions, comments, recommendation. we've changed the dynamics of this conversation. Okay, please. Okay, do we have an interpreter in the room?
Okay. Bonjour tout le monde. Je réponds de Diallo Mohamed Falilou de Wikimedia Guinée. Je vais juste faire un commentaire en ce qui concerne nos réalités au pays et comment est-ce que ça se passe et des compétences parfois dont on a besoin, les difficultés que nous rencontrons et que forcément que nous avons besoin.
So he's Diallo from Guinea, and he wants to show us some difficulties they are facing in their community.
D'accord. Nous avons rencontré des difficultés en ce qui concerne spécifiquement sur le volet restructuration. Donc, cette question de restructuration. Je m'arrête là-bas.
So they are facing restructuration issue, if it is the right word, to restructurate, structure again.
Okay.
Yeah.
Donc, au début, nous avons déjà établi nos règlements, les statuts, la structure. Déjà, Wikimedia Guinée a été reconnue par l'État guinéen après que la fondation a reconnu Wikimedia Guinée. Donc, nous avons commencé des activités, une année, 2 ans, 3 ans, 4 ans. Et il y a eu certaines volontés qui voulaient être là pour s'appliquer, mais avec le contexte, Wikimedia et les réalités du pays, ça ne concordait pas. Donc, il fallait revoir encore les statuts, il fallait revoir le règlement intérieur. Maintenant, le problème qui se posait, est-ce qu'il fallait seulement se référer des réalités de Wiki, ou bien il fallait aussi seulement se baser sur les réalités du pays, c'est que les lois, la législation du pays pour pouvoir restructurer les statuts et les règlements. Donc, nous avons des difficultés par rapport à ce volet-là et nous travaillons dessus. Et s'il y a des compétences que les connaissent pourraient nous suggérer à ce niveau-là, ça serait vraiment intéressant.
So they started the activities and they work for 3 years. Then they were facing realities about the Wikipedia and country law, the law of the country. Then they decided to organize their statutes about the user group, how it is organized. So they are looking for content or from some training or trainers to help them to reorganize the law of the user group that will be adapted to their environment, political or the country environment.
Would you like to respond?
So the good thing about that is we've had sessions where board of certain user groups have come to share about the workings of their board and how they go about some of these things. So if you really want to have a conversation, we can connect you to somebody who can help you to take care of some of these problems. We don't know the uniqueness of the laws within your country, but there are also examples within other African countries on how they go around some of these things. So we can also put you in touch with people who have also registered non-profits and are also trying their best to also organize properly. You can have a conversation with me. I can put you in touch with other people as well, which may have like similar laws like you have in your country as well.
Thank you. Okay. Yes, please.
So there's going to be a session tomorrow in this room. Sorry. There's going to be a session tomorrow in this room about governance. So if you want to also have that experience, I know it's not with Let's Connect, but it might help in the short term.
Okay, thank you, Ayla. That was nice. Yeah, and we have also, okay, yes, please.
Let's wrap up.
Okay.
Thank you. My question is, do you give some advice for the session of our budget? We are new community. We have grants, but sometimes we don't have all capacities to manage these grants. And we want our new community, we want training or tool material that we use to manage it. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, thank you for that question. So like I was saying, we have the skill directory, and we also have what we call the resource page for all of our programs or all of our clinics. We also ensure that each of these resources is made available in multiple languages. So you can find it in French, English, Spanish, and other local languages. And the resources are available on our meta page. It's quite easy to navigate through. We try to ensure that we organize the resources according to the sharer, because you might want to reach out to them. And if you want to reach out to any of them that you find their resources useful and you don't know how to, then you can also do well to just send a mail to us. Can we have that slide, please? The last slide that has our email address and yes, and let me just share about some of the clinics that we have had. So during the grantees learning conversation 1, 2, 3, we had representative from different Wikimedia affiliates come share about how their projects are scaled over the years, what were some of the tools that they've adopted that has helped participation increase and also continue to motivate their members. One of such was shared by Imelda. So she shared this tool that they use. It is called the Volunteers Report Card. And this report card help volunteers to identify, to see the statistics of how their skills has grown over the years. And apart from that, we also have other Wikimedia affiliates share about some interesting strategies that they have adopted to ensure that their programs continue to scale and that the community continues to feel the impact. Beyond just contributing to the Wikimedia project, we also want people who contribute to this project to benefit, like to grow their skill sets. We've had series of clinics around professional development where we have seen Wikimedians come share how their skills had grown over the years. Like for some of us, we are not in the tech space. For some of us, before we joined the Wiki movement, we are this shy type. Like I used to have stage fright a lot, but coming into the community, you tend to learn, you tend to unlearn some of these skills. And yeah, so our space is comfortable, we are always there to provide all of the supports that you need. And before our MC comes to kick me out, I just want to say thank you all so much. And I hope that we continue to connect beyond this space. And we are ready to respond to all of your questions and always there to offer all of the supports you need. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. That was so interesting. I don't want to take much time. We are supposed to take a break so that we can organize this room for the next session. So kindly be free have time to take some coffee, then get back to the room so that we can move to the next session. Thank you.
of these 25%, some of them have come from that program. I think we're inviting people to take a moment to reflect around what's been the impact of the way we've been using resources to contribute to the movement. And this is a conversation I'm hoping we would have candidly and hold and also be curious while at it around, given the resources, which we will now look at, what's been the contribution? What's been the shift in this contribution? Because we've taken a moment to see, indeed, resources have been channeled. We've had, continuous commitment to fund the region, but what's emerging from it? So some of the things So if you're in the math, let's do that comparison. But let's look at contributions. And in this chart, we're looking at all contributions. So within this chart, could be, Jane somewhere, she's passionate about contributing to her local Wikipedia. So but she's also passionate about contributing to commons, and recently got introduced to Wikidata and has been, a contributor to, let's say French Wikipedia. So the contributions line, the blue line you see, is all contributions, and part of it is we might be counting Jane quite a number of times. So to note that as well. But you can see where our contributions, all contributions are. It's about 300,000. And for just Wikipedias, it's about 158,000. Sometimes in the past, I've been asked, but how does this compare with other regions? So when we look at ISIAP, which relatively, if you look at who are we funding in the region, they're similar groups as the ones we have in the region, in Africa. And you can see their estimated readership is past, 600 million. Remember our readership number, 38 million. The other number to think about is the contributions. They are also just all contributions, just 5. Keep that. The fund was bucket for a long time, where the bucket was a little bit larger. So something for us at this point to sit with as well. Let's look at who's contributing, right? So it's not just about it's also about who are the contributors. And here we're looking at the editors in Africa by Wikipedias. It was interesting. We decided let's look at first the large size, but also the medium size. And we can see within English Wikipedia it continues to have more contributors or editors, but the number is just 10,000. And we will double click on these numbers to keep at it. And then let's look at our local languages. The Africans Wikipedia as well, Somali Wikipedia, and Amharic Wikipedia, and it was great to see Ethiopian, two of the Ethiopian Wikipedians here. So very refreshing to see another set of newcomers here. But this leaves us with questions, because on the side you can see the numbers. They're fewer numbers. Yeah, it's in the hundreds. Let's also remember the question we had initially around overall contributors and its connection to readership, but overall, again, most importantly, contributors. So the first question, and we will have a moment to hear from you about what margin from you when you see these numbers. But also we'll hear from Wiki in Africa, who organizes the 2 largest campaigns we fund in the region. Wiki Loves Africa and Wiki Loves Women, She Said campaign. Those 2 campaigns, when we look at which campaigns are we funding a lot, it is those 2, historically. And there are 2 questions that we can reflect together. So I know Ayla will share her reflections and responses, but let's think about what does this look like for you as an organizer, as an organization seeking to contribute to knowledge equity coming from the community you're coming from. So Ayla, what are the milestones or the most significant milestones you've achieved in your content contribution journey? But also, it's important that we hear around what key lessons have you learned that can help improve contributions in the region, recognizing that this group here, they're leading work that is contributing to these larger contributions.
Hi, everyone. I think the biggest milestones are that the longevity of both programs. So we're at 10 years with Wiki Loves Africa and 5 years with She Said. And first of all, before I start answering Veronica's question, I want just a show of hands of who has been involved in a Wiki Loves Africa program over the years. It could be 10 years ago, or it could be like last year, this year. Who's been involved? Yes? Yes? involved in a She Said program? So, thank you very much, everybody, for being part of this journey. So, with Wiki Loves Africa, we started right at the beginning. So when I joined the Wikimedia movement, we were very ambitious. We tried to do too much too soon. In that we were trying to get museums on board, and it was very, very hard to write articles. And we didn't have that kind of level of contribution at that time in 2012. So with Wiki Loves Africa at its heart is a micro contribution program. It's an easy contribution that is only for people to take part. You upload, you take a photo, or you find a photo from your archive that's relevant to the feed, you upload it, you're done, essentially. But it also is a great starting point for communities to build together, to work together. And in many ways, some of the movement across Africa has been built through Wiki Loves Africa, because it's one of those easier programs to start with. And as a result, we've had, from a contributions point of view, we've had 116,000 images that are now online that every single day change how people look at Africa. And it's not all negative imagery, it's all positive, everyday Africa that's represented. And so the power of Wikipedia, the power of that contribution, the idea behind Wiki Loves Africa was to change how people, both Africans themselves, but also people off the continent, engage with the idea of Africa. So it's how we look at Africa as Africans, but it's also how others look at what we do. And so much that how other people have been looked and how we see ourselves is guided by visuals. So it's guided by people, photojournalists of, impoverished people or despair or war or whatever it is. And so this was one way of changing that. And the power of Wikipedia or Wikimedia is that to date, we increasingly try to make sure that those images are usable on the Wikimedia projects. 14% of those images are placed on projects, on pages, articles illustrating Africa and everyday universal subjects. But they also, so 14% of those images are now illustrating Wikimedia projects, and of that, 1.8 billion people times those images, those 14% have been seen. 1.8 billion times we've had an ability to change how somebody thinks of Africa, whether that's somebody in Africa or outside. So that's the power that we've had, and that getting those results and seeing those impacts, I think were like massive milestones for us. But she said, both of these projects, so just to be clear, we have an international organizing team that supports, but it's mainly run through the people who organizers on the ground with their communities. So in Wiki Loves Africa, it's obviously focused on African communities, but as she said, it's focused on Wikiquote, and it's focused on language editions of Wikiquote. And most of those, if they're a small language, then it will be around that language, so it will be the community that surrounds that language. But with Wikiquote, in French and English, there are multiple communities that contribute as part of that. So it's a little bit of they're not the same model, they're not the same thing. And with those kind of micro contributions, you just have to be a little bit fluid and experiment and see what works. And in that case, we have now 20 language communities that have been impacted, thank you, via Wikiquote. But we also have, and it could be 21 soon because the Senegalese ladies are putting Wolof into the Wikiquote incubator. So we hope that that's accepted.
So well done, ladies. We're right in the middle of the campaign. Afek is over there with Noni, and she's helping to run that. But how we do also get, sorry, let me give you as part of Wikiquote, which I said is on the fifth edition is currently running. We've had 16,700 new or amended articles being impacted. So by 20 communities. So that's actually brilliant for us. It's achieved what we wanted, but it's also both of these programs have helped to draw attention to Commons and to Wikiquote, to smaller smaller projects within the Wikimedia space, rather than fighting it out on Wikipedia. So that's also been like a major aspect that we've been able to work with. I'm not sure if I've answered everything. Yeah, and the only other thing is that what we do concentrate on is the organizer experience, is to make sure that the organizer, because this doesn't, yes, people do contribute separately and in their own time, but the majority of work comes through the organizers. And so we really try to support the organizer's journey through different methods, so webinars and office hours and different aspects of that through the whole campaign. And then we also make sure that we get feedback from them so that we know, we don't assume that we do the same model over and over again, that we change and iterate and always innovate to make sure that it works for everyone. That's it.
Thank you, Ayla. Quick closing question around what's been the biggest, when you think of how your campaigns drive, or contribute to content and, bring in contributors, what's been the biggest challenge?
I think the biggest challenge is normally around interpreting the theme. And some of it also the challenges that we found is around quality versus quantity. So some newer community members are just trying to impress, so they'll just upload a whole load of images that aren't of much quality just in order to get their country into a certain kind of zone. And it really is much better to work not necessarily with yourself, like to only do quality things, quality contributions from yourself, but to work with local photographers and to work with them and help them build. She said is another aspect in that there's more training involved, obviously, and she said there's just as much training, it's just a different type. But she said is more about understanding what a quote is, understanding what a notable quote is. So it's more of a kind of like an introduction to Wikipedia work, because you need to have the right sources, you need to have the right, you can also upload images, but you need that kind of base in understanding and researching and understanding what notability means. Whereas visually you can go, okay, does this represent that theme? And so you can kind of make a quality assessment on that. So those are the kinds of challenges that we have. And I think that other challenges are just about, we've grown from 4 to 33 communities taking part with Wiki Loves Africa. The same with, we're growing with different, and how do we always innovate to try and support and make sure that that support happens in the way that, is needed to build it. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Let's appreciate Ayla. So in the spirit of making this a little bit interactive, let's hear from you, and feel free to scan this with your phone as well. And yeah, scan with your phone if you can, and share, a challenge or a blocker that you are having with this issue of content contribution. And if there's any opportunity you see based on what you're hearing here today, or from what Ayla is saying, or also from other sessions you've been attending too. And let me know if it takes it to the right one as I also. Everyone taking the shots. Okay. Oops. This is the lesson. Do not demo. Okay, let's see if anyone has shared some responses. Okay. Okay. Does anyone see someone else's responses when you scan, or you're still scanning? Yeah, you do. I say you see that. Okay, fill in. Take a minute to think of what's a challenge or blocker you are having with this same issue of content contribution and opportunity, the opportunity you see. And if there's anyone who would love to voice it, we can have one person or two people to share their reflections. Yeah.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. I'm Harriet Bayo from Ghana. So a major blocker for me has been meeting the notability criteria, by that finding reliable sources of information. And I did experience this earlier this year, where I was trying to contribute a female footballer to Wikipedia. I did find a lot of resources, but then they were more or less one way. And the feedback that I had was that it doesn't really meet the notability criteria. That is finding separate resources that talks about this particular subject that I'm writing about. And the opportunity that I find was earlier on this morning about the media working with the media, because we really depend on them for the sources of information that we find. But I also realized the need to also depend on archives, or I think the word is information centers or knowledge information centers. So these are some of the things that I've realized. Thank you.
Time for one. Thank you so much, Harriet. Thank you so much. And in addition, and I think a few people resonate with some of what you're talking about, and other additions is someone shared that challenges I have seen are consistency, continuity, and incentive. And I think we've had quite a number of times around the question of, and in another session I was in, someone asking, how do you go around incentivizing people to contribute, recognizing the philosophy, the essence of our movement, while also recognizing who the editors are and where they are? I think this serves as a topic to discuss maybe in a future Africa Baraza. We could talk about incentives as a way of, supporting or motivating contributors. We also see, an issue we've had a number of times around IP blocks as a challenge around contributions. Someone said the biggest challenge is finding suitable people to review the articles that I have created. There is an opportunity amongst this group to find the people who have more experience. And this is something you will see us encouraging within our grant making process, especially now that if you're a newcomer, we are expecting that you will work closely with someone who holds more experience to guide you on these bits. Not being overly ambitious with campaigns is something that they've been inspired. Not being overly ambitious with campaigns when starting off. A good tip from Isla. And I'll do one more, then we can move to the skills building, which has been named around policy. Missing sources, Harriet, you talked about. A lot of sources are now really online, so we have issues creating references, and we had that discussion earlier, and Professor Langer provided, insight around how do we go about working with local, credible, including research institutions, to supporting closing this sourcing gap. I will be sharing all these after on the Etherpad, and so we can continue the discussion. Thank you, Mike. Let's look at the next part, which is around skill building for contributors. We begin with the data a little bit, and with this chart, we are seeing who are the editors, or how many editors in Africa are active on any given project, okay? And we can see from this number, and this is something I really want us to sit with and talk about, because when I look between 2022 and 2024, those are 2 good years. And when we also go back to looking at the change in resourcing, there's been significant shift as well. However, there's something, as we like to say, not translating. And I think we need to sit with what, why, and how do we actually fix it? Because it is, at least to me, concerning. We can see, all editors between the two years, pretty much nothing changes. It's about 17,000. And then the number around active editors, using the definition that an active editor is someone making at least 5+ edits at any given month in a content namespace, hasn't changed. And I say this because in Wiki Indaba, Rwanda, Dumisani made a similar presentation. I don't know if anyone remembers. And it had the same numbers. So we need to sit with that and ask ourselves, what is it? Yeah, there are all these, individual, collective, group efforts, but what's the translation into the larger projects or even the local projects? What's the translation there? And let's see, when we talk about contributors, and I had another slide around contributors, we see, and I shared because a question was asked, how does this compare in other regions? In ESIAP, well, at the very end of 24 or within 24, we see a slight increase. The numbers have been within the 100 and 150K. And that's something for us to sit with. If at all this region is very somehow different, but somehow similar to ours, they receive sometimes less resources than we do. Where is this translation? What do we need to do? And Isla talked a little bit about how we bring people in. There's questions around the incentives that motivate people to come in, but also stay. There's also the equipping that we're doing. When we have newcomers, how long are we spending time with them before they feel comfortable? Or is it a touch and go? And anyone who's been through the resourcing pipeline, you know we're no longer doing the touch and go. We are asking questions around, and when this person comes in, what's the plan? Because many people will say, I was brought in, I was editing, or I was brought in by someone, but they continued to support me across. Or they pointed me to resources given the collaborative nature of the projects that I would leverage. Something to sit with. So let's hear from Wikimedia Cote d'Ivoire, Donatien, and also Jael from Open Foundation West Africa, who have developed a few initiatives to help in closing this skill development gap at different levels. So similar questions: what's been the biggest milestone in addressing skill development, but also at the same time, the lessons. And I'm curious about the challenges as well. And if you could also speak to what we've already had around incentivizing as part of your skill development.
Okay, all right. At Open Foundation West Africa, we have a robust newbie program. We have the Wikimedia 101 and 102 that we use to train newbies. So Wikipedia 101 mainly focuses on the theoretical aspect, getting to know about Wikipedia, introducing you to all the projects in Wikimedia and all of that. Then with the 102, we do a more practical lesson for the newbies. And this program we hold every quarter. So in a year, we hold a newbie program every quarter by OFWA. But we also operate in hubs and clubs. So in Ghana, we have hubs and clubs in various regions. Hubs are for people in the communities. So for instance, we are based in Accra. We have the Accra hub. We also have hubs in other regions, like in the Ashanti region, we have the Kumasi Wiki Hub. In the northern region, we have the Tamale Wiki Hub. That's how the hubs operate. But the clubs operate on university campuses. So in universities, we set up clubs as well to promote this agenda. Then what we do is to have a trainer of trainers program where we have leaders from the hubs and clubs and we train them for them to also replicate that in their various hubs and clubs. And we use the Wikipedia 101 and 102. This is aside the regular quarterly trainings we hold. So the quarterly trainings are held by the core team, the organization itself, but the hubs and clubs also have their own meetings where they hold these trainings as well. We try to also incorporate it into our campaigns. So, for instance, one of our major campaigns is the Africa Wiki Challenge, which we really pride ourselves in. Before we start the campaign, we do these trainings because we know that we are using that as a platform to recruit people into the movement. And we are not just relying on existing editors. So for every campaign, we host these training sessions. So we have the Africa Wiki Challenge. Recently, we held the Afro Creatives campaign as well. So for every campaign, this newbie program should be incorporated. It's the first thing we do before the campaign actually starts. So it's part of the roadmap for our campaigns. What are the milestones? We've realized that through this,
we've empowered our community members. So it's also a source of capacity building for our hub leaders and then the club leaders as well. We also create other communities through this. So currently we are working with the Ethiopian community, and this community was kind of established through one campaign, Africa Wiki Challenge last year. So through some of these trainings, we try to reach out to people and then get them on board. We also realize that we get a lot of content when we do this. AWC alone gets us about, this year after AWC, we had over 23,000 edits on existing articles. And we had close to 6,000, sorry, close to 7,000, because it was over 6,800 new articles that were created. And this is just one campaign in a year. We had over 1,000 people across Africa and sometimes from the diaspora contributing when we host the Africa Wiki Challenge. So every year we see that due to the continuous training, the community grows. In our local community, we see a 30% increment in our community members, in our editors last year. Also, we have one major milestone has also been we live in our comfort zone. So, as I said, we host these events, these trainings, try to get people on board and all of that. But we were kind of confined in the Wikimedia community. This year, we thought, why don't we rather go out and do the hunting? So we joined events outside Wikimedia. For instance, we joined the ALX career fair, where in just one at just one event, just one career fair, we're able to recruit about 50 people to join our community, because you have hundreds of people joining some of these events, and some people may not know about Wikipedia, some may know but have misconceptions about that. So if we kind of stay and then try to get the people to us all the time, it is working for us, but for how long? And is it giving us the targets we actually want to reach? So we realize that going out there also helps. And then once we get them on board, we engage them a lot and do these trainings for them where we start training. Some of the challenges, you mentioned IP blogs, which deterred a lot of newbies from contributing on Wikipedia. I don't know how, but we tried something that worked for us, where when we introduce them and host these training sessions, we use other projects for their first edits, like Wikidata. We realized that for a newbie, when you try English Wikipedia, you are blocked easily. But then we try Wikidata and it worked. So you grow in there for some time and then switch to the others, and you do not experience these blocks. So this is something we have learned, and it is working for us now. We have also learned that there is a need for mentorship, because when we host these trainings for our newbies, what happens is that we just add them to the community. And for some people, okay, so for some people, they may find it difficult because they feel you've added me to a community of people that can make about 10,000 edits a month. It looks like kind of a competition. So we realize that there are experienced editors in our community, people who make a large amount of edits. For this year Africa's Wiki Challenge, the winner made over 18,000 edits. So for such people, there is a need for them to mentor the people we bring into the community. So they do not feel that there is that kind of competition, but rather there is that support for them to grow and then stay and be able to contribute. So that's what we are currently working on, a revised newbie program that has aspects of mentorship as well. I heard you've been signaled that my time is up, so yeah, that's it.
Hello. I'm Donatien Kanga from Media Côte d'Ivoire, and I will speak French to not disturb my speech. I speak Brésilien. Voilà, I speak French. Okay. So, ce que je veux dire, c'est que le principal challenge, le principal défi qu'on observe en termes de contribution, il y a deux choses. Quantité de contributeurs, on n'a pas beaucoup de contributeurs africains. Et les contributeurs africains qui existent ne contribuent pas sur la durée. On n'a pas beaucoup de contributeurs réguliers. Je pense que les chiffres que Rebecca nous a montré le confirment. Donc nous, au niveau du Keynote de Bois, on a développé plusieurs programmes. Je vais parler de trois spécifiquement qui essaient d'apporter une petite solution à notre niveau. On a des actions au niveau régional pour les pays de langue française, donc les groupes Wikimediens qui parlent le français parce qu'il y en avait pas beaucoup. Et en tant que l'un des anciens groupes, on se sent un peu redevable à partager notre expérience dans ce sens. Donc on a un programme d'échange où on fait venir les leaders des communautés francophones en Côte d'Ivoire pendant une semaine et on participe à nos activités, ils essaient d'apprendre comment développer les communautés parce que nous pensons qu'en multipliant les contributeurs, on peut agrandir le nombre et on peut pouvoir capturer les plus engagés. Donc ce programme-là et cet accompagnement, il a permis aujourd'hui, quand je fais un petit point en termes de bilan, en termes de résultats, je pense que on a parlé de milestone, on est à environ 7 pays qui ont été impactés. Aujourd'hui, par exemple, on a un groupe Wikimedien en Guinée-Bissau. On a un groupe, la communauté du Burkina Faso a obtenu son affiliation. On a accompagné d'une certaine manière la Guinée, le Tchad.
L'année dernière, donc le Burkina était là. Cette année, on a reçu Valentin de la RDC avec qui on a travaillé et ils sont en train de développer leur stratégie qui va permettre de pouvoir essaimer. Donc, ce renforcement des capacités des leaders de communauté permet d'en faire des multiplicateurs. En fait, c'est une stratégie qu'on a tirée de l'Institut Goethe, qui parle de multiplicateur, c'est-à-dire que quelqu'un qui est formé est invité à informer d'eux, et ainsi de suite. Et au bout d'un mois, on se retrouve à avoir plusieurs Wikimédiens qui ont des compétences, qui peuvent développer des projets, qui peuvent monter des communautés. Donc ça, c'est l'action au niveau régional, spécifiquement pour les pays de langue française. Et on voudrait remercier Art Plus Féminisme qui nous a permis l'année dernière de pouvoir soutenir Bassera Tour du Burkina. Et cette année, la Fondation, dans sa subvention, nous a permis nous-mêmes d'accueillir Valentin. Et on a capté d'autres partenariats dans ce sens avant. Au niveau local, donc au niveau de la Côte d'Ivoire, on a travaillé sur le modèle des clubs wiki, développer, créer plusieurs clubs parce que étrangement, nous, on a 10 ans comme Wiki Indaba. We have the same age as Wiki Indaba parce que c'est le 28 novembre que nous avons une autre affiliation, le 28 novembre 2014. Et à l'époque, quand on créait Wikimedia Côte d'Ivoire, on était un groupe d'environ 20 Wikipédiens qui étaient tous à la capitale. Et donc, c'était nous qui faisions Wikipédia en Côte d'Ivoire. Donc, à un moment, on s'est dit, il faut qu'on s'étende en ouvrant des clubs un peu partout dans le pays, ce qui permet de multiplier les contributeurs et donc de créer des micro-communautés au niveau local et donc d'avoir de nouveaux contributeurs qui peuvent poursuivre le travail. Cette approche aujourd'hui fait que nous avons 10 clubs qui sont répartis sur le pays avec environ une dizaine de 10-15 contributeurs. Donc, ça fait qu'aujourd'hui, en Côte d'Ivoire, on peut parler d'environ 200 contributeurs, là où on était à 20. Et pour la plupart, c'est des contributeurs réguliers parce qu'en fait, On a un autre mécanisme d'incitation, je pense qu'on a parlé d'incentive, un mécanisme d'incitation qui permet de maintenir les contributeurs. Ce mécanisme, c'est de récompenser le travail des volontaires, des bénévoles en fin d'année, en regardant le modèle du Wikimedien de l'année, mais nous, on l'a rendu un peu plus renforcé. C'est-à-dire qu'on a instauré des prix qui sont un peu, c'est en fait les Wikimediens de l'année, on appelle ça les prix Zenman, du nom du pionnier de la communauté. Donc, ces prix-là permettent de récompenser le travail sur une année des Wikipédiens ivoiriens qui ont le plus contribué. Donc, on a un prix dédié aux contributions, on a un prix dédié à celui qui a fait beaucoup de formations, mené beaucoup d'activités, et puis on a un prix de la communauté. Et ce qui est bien, ce qui donne de la valeur à ces prix, c'est que c'est ce qui est là-dedans. Par exemple, si vous êtes lauréat du prix, d'un des prix, le groupe, le user group finance votre participation à un grand événement, soit Wiki Indaba, Wikimania ou bien la Wiki Convention francophone. Ça, par exemple, ça fait que les bénévoles, les volontaires se battent. Ils s'engagent parce qu'ils savent qu'à la clé, il y a un voyage et en général, ils sont bien visibles. Donc, c'est un ensemble d'actions qu'on met en place qui permet à un moment, au bout d'une certaine période, d'avoir une communauté, donc de régler le problème du nombre de Wikipédiens, du nombre de contributeurs, mais en même temps de régler le problème de la durabilité sur le long terme de ceux qui contribuent. Sur les leçons donc qu'on tire de tout ça, rapidement, hein, la première chose, c'est que on se rend compte qu'il y a vraiment un besoin de formation, en tout cas le nouveau, que ce soit individuel ou communautaire, il y a un besoin de formation et d'accompagnement qui est très... Si je prends le programme d'accompagnement des communautés, on lance un appel, on demande aux leaders de postuler. Pour une bourse, nous, cette année, on a enregistré près de 20 candidatures pour choisir une personne qui va venir en Côte d'Ivoire. Donc, ça montre que les communautés qui se mettent en place, tous les user groups qui ont leur affiliation, ont un besoin de formation. Et ce besoin de formation, il est très criard pour les communautés non anglophones. Parce que, on ne va pas le nier, le mouvement Wikimedia est dominé par les anglo-saxons. Ce n'est pas un reproche, c'est là-bas que c'est né, donc forcément, il faut que ça suive. Mais en même temps, si nous voulons un projet qui est représentatif du monde entier, il nous faut intégrer le multilinguisme. Personne ne nous a obligés à dire que nous voulons un projet universel. Si nous voulons un projet universel, soyons universels, faisons du multilinguisme. Donc, il y a un besoin de formation, d'accompagnement des nouveaux. Ensuite, rapidement, le modèle de l'apprentissage par les pairs. Donc, le fait que les gens viennent apprendre dans une communauté qui partage sensiblement les mêmes réalités. Par exemple, quelqu'un qui quitte la RDC pour venir en Côte d'Ivoire, il reste en Afrique. C'est le même environnement, on parle la même langue, ça fait que l'acquisition des savoirs, l'acceptation des savoirs est plus facilitée et on se dit qu'on peut faire aussi, si la Côte d'Ivoire a réussi, c'est que nous en RDC on peut réussir, c'est que nous au Burkina on peut réussir parce qu'on a les mêmes contraintes, ils ne sont pas plus supérieurs que nous, l'environnement est sensiblement le même. Donc l'apprentissage par les pairs est une approche très importante pour pouvoir mobiliser des communautés fortes et durables sur le temps. Et puis, pour terminer en termes de leçons, c'est qu'il y a un public qui reste un vivier pour le mouvement Wikimedia dans l'ensemble, ce sont les élèves et les étudiants. Ils sont jeunes, ils ont le temps, et pour ceux qui sont un peu sérieux, ils veulent s'exprimer. Alors que Wikimedia, c'est du bénévolat, donc du temps. Wikimedia, c'est le numérique, donc un média qui est sensiblement pour les jeunes, les millennials. Et puis, nous avons un projet qui a du sens, qui veut assembler le savoir universel, la connaissance. Donc, autant aller vers ces publics, élèves étudiants, et les accompagner, les inciter pour qu'ils puissent prendre leur place dans ce mouvement, parce qu'en fait, la vérité, si nous voulons être durable, c'est ce public-là qui fera les contributeurs de demain. Je vous remercie.
Thank you so much. I know there are people who are listening to the interpretation, and maybe there's some who are not. So any bilingual who wants to quickly say the main points. There's the Wiki Club work that they're doing. and now figuring out how to work with schools that need to be equipped with laptops to enable that, recognizing the challenge. And I think in another room, there was a question around how do we work to close the digital divide? What roles can partnerships play, for example? What do we do when, because that sometimes is the reality. And then the other one is around the immersive exchange program, user group to user group. These links again with a question around how do we enable newcomer user groups to actually have the right foundation. And there's a lot more Donatien shared that I have to listen to the interpretation, but if there's anyone who had it and you want to share the other 2-3 points he shared, I welcome that. Anyone? And Bobby is on my case for time. Okay, we shall listen. Yes, Reda. 5 minutes. Finish. Okay, okay, okay. All right. The signal is let's listen, but there is a lot I do want to say because I've interacted with the Wikimedia Côte d'Ivoire group and the committee as well. There's a lot to learn from these affiliates around their intentionality, including on program design and development. Why did they choose the flagship programs they're working on? They will tell you they don't do all the campaigns, and there's a reason for that, because then they know exactly what they're trying to measure on and what is the most, efficient way of using the resources they gain and are looking for. So there's this one, we will take just a minute. Anything coming out for you already? I see a few people have already put in place. Skill development, feel free to scan the code or put ahaslides.com/5I capital IGSN. But so far, a challenge or blocker someone is having or two around the issue of skill development or an opportunity they see is project management, which I just talked about. How do you go about developing but also managing your project? Skill development and activities should be offered by experts to Wikimedians and should involve, let's see, a series of practical exercises that test participants' knowledge and how they can apply it to their work. There's examples that have been given here: organize a lab, reading Wikipedia in the classroom, who some of the, the trainers, Donatien and even Jael have talked about, have actually come out of those programs. Feel free to keep adding more. To our last theme, and it's a mouthful, and Bobby was to sit, but you will stay there. It's okay, come. Yes. So the other theme we continuously see, and I named this because it's something we've talked about in every Indaba when we have a moment, but also in the one-on-one, so in small groups we talk about. We continue to see how these, 4 things connect with each other. If a community is not deliberate about how they coordinate their efforts, collaborate with each other, if there's no governance structures or the intention of governance as a pillar for community building, that has an effect on the projects people choose to embark on the direction they choose to focus on. So what programs and projects are we going to do? Because there's a clear direction strategically, but also it's shaped by an understanding of who people are serving. And it's not everyone and anyone doing it. There's more coordination. And lastly, recognizing that with time, different groups are working on developing their capacities. So keep it short. Bobby's next to you, Geoffrey, and Bobby will keep it short. But the questions remain the same. Yeah. What are some of your intentional efforts? And I think it's important to note why the 2, and there could be others. But one thing we observe with the 2 affiliates is, first, again, it's the growth, but also, oh no, there are a little bit more. So I have to be careful with the two. There are more, but we do have a number of affiliates or grantee partners who have been able to find a way of coordinating efforts, but also coordinating resources and knowing how to figure out the politics that come with the resourcing needs and others. So within these two countries, we have not, I think with South Africa, not made an additional rapid grant payment beyond their general support fund. Not that that has to be the case, but just to show the picture around really intentional national coordination. And same with Uganda. And where that has happened, it's very, affiliate led that, look, there's this great idea. We don't have this within our budget. And we think we are supporting it. Please support it with additional resources. So just to name why the two, and there are others, there's Morocco. Yes, there are many others that we see this pattern of as a stage of them figuring out why do we exist and what work do we want to do, that community, coordination, governance are part of that journey. So, you don't have time, but do it.
Okay, yeah, so my name is Geoffrey and I'm from the Wikimedia community user group in Uganda. So I think what I have to say, it's a journey. It doesn't start immediately. I think like Wikimedia Cote d'Ivoire, we are also making 10 years this year as a user group. We actually started with our first kind of activity that was Wiki Loves Africa in 2014, and the theme that year was Wiki Loves Cuisine. I can't forget it because that's when we started building activities. But then I remember from there we started we learned about the existence of rapid grants. So we're applying for one rapid grant after the other, one after the other. We do Wiki Loves Monuments, we do WikiGap. So eventually we realized, we have very many activities we are doing and we need an annual grant. So by then, the community had grown. We knew each other's strengths and weaknesses. So we, started applying for the annual grant. But then also we realized we needed to become an organization to be able to manage these kinds of resources and also kind of be intentional on what targets we set for ourselves as a community. But of course, one of the key things is governance. And I think when you get resources, the responsibilities grow. You need to make sure that they are well managed, but also there needs to be transparency, there needs to be accountability to the community, because at the end of it all, the organization has to be for the community. So one of the things we have done over the past 2 years is to have our strategy for the next 5 years. And one of the key things in that was, having clear structures as a user group. What's the decision making? What's the conflict resolution? Because conflicts will always happen within a community. So that we have set up a structure where there is a board, and then that board, hires for an ED, and then an ED, recruits other staff that work for the organization. But the board is comes from the membership. So the membership actually vote for the board. But then the board supervises the ED. So the staff who work for the organization are they have to report to the board. So it brings about that kind of accountability, which comes back to the community, so that the community has to have agents within the user group, and that has helped us a lot, especially around even programming. If we are deciding what activities do we want to do next year, I want to involve the community into the deciding what should we focus on for the next year. But also one of the things that has become very critical for us is that we were so heavy on activities before that. So we are doing is there this project? Bring it on. So we realized we are also overwhelming our volunteer community, because we are so heavy on activities. Everything that is there, bring it on. Bring it on. And then we decided now we need to focus a little bit better and decide what are the key things that we need to focus on. You know, what are the needs within the community? What are the gaps? And that has kind of defined our programming. We have now identified like 5 key strategic areas, and all our activities and programs are based on that. If it's out of those 5 areas, we're saying no, we're not going to do it because it's not contributing to our overall goal as an organization. And that comes with also like the impact that we want to see. So I think when Veronica was sharing those numbers, I was asking myself, yeah, maybe it would be good even when we are in the grant application process to check ourselves and say, how have our contributions, you know, increased the readership of Wikipedia in Uganda? We do have a local language Wikipedia that's called the Luganda Wikipedia, and we are putting lots of resources into that. But yeah, are enough people like reading it? Are they aware that it exists? So I think we need to really be intentional on the metrics, like how do we measure our impact so that it is meaningful, not only for the community, but also to bring out about change around open knowledge in the country. So as Bobby is seated here, and I think I'll stop there and ask him also to share his thoughts. Yeah.
So I'm not going to share. I'm here to actually keep the time. The buses are already outside and they are waiting and they were calling me here. I'm going to give it to Ayla to share, and then I'm going to go out.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know what I'm sharing.
Okay. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Yeah.
Thanks.
No worries. No worries. I think Geoffrey talks about it. I think one of the things Bobby would have shared around was around how to navigate, which is the realities, the dynamics, the politics that come with any given community. So it's natural, and I appreciate, you know, Geoffrey, you naming that as part of the governance is recognizing we need a conflict resolution process and approach that doesn't necessarily result to, if we disagree, then I'm going to go out and start my own thing that needs additional, you know, and doing the same thing sometimes and lacking, you know, the connection of, but how we all, even if we do that, how does it all connect to the larger goal? So to finish up, this is the last one. If you have a moment, scan it. It will lead you to here. But in my last 3 minutes, I will close. And I wondered, how do I close this reflection session? And I thought, let's, you know, go back to the roots. Yeah, there's a lot we could learn from existing knowledge, wisdom, and experience. What we are hearing is an invitation. What we are hearing from the groups that I've shared here is their experience, you know, with the different challenges they experience, you know, that come with the role of being a Wikimedian or Wikimedian organizer in their community. And I will leave you with these 4 together to compound with every other wisdom you've had from the 4 great partners we have here. The first one is, you know, a Congolese proverb: a single bracelet does not jingle. And when we think about the role of coordination, collaboration, when we think about the question Geoffrey is asking, how do my efforts contribute to the larger goal? Am I making that connection? But who else holds a bracelet that we can jingle with? The other one is around when the roots of a tree begin to decay, the tree knows the end is near. And while these may seem to be very shocking, I think we also need to recognize, where are things not right? And how do we make them right? Who is doing things not in the right way that we need to say, hey, I know you've been doing it this way, but I don't think it's getting us to where we need to go. And that invites a lot of courage as well, over choosing that over comfort. And then the other one is, even the best cooking pot will not produce food. It will only produce food if it's put in fire, if it does its job. So while we may have all the data that is inviting some thinking or reflection, if we do not take any action, an insight is an insight. I promise, I'm finishing. An insight is an insight, but we have to do something about it. So this is for all of us as representatives of the different communities. We need to do something. I would hope next year, at the next Indaba or the next one, we can show a different story around how the resources are contributing to increased readership, to increased contribution to different language Wikipedias, to advocacy, shifting public advocacy within our countries. But someone has to do it, and we have to do it the right way. Ask for help. I always say that. If you don't know how, ask for help. And lastly, as I end, an Akan proverb from Ghana. Wisdom is like a baobab tree. No one individual can embrace it. When I look at the Indaba tree, it just means this is why we came. This is why we are here. I hope all these, the holding of the hands of the different, around the Indaba tree, leave you with something to think about, but something to hold on to when, you feel, okay, where are we heading? Thank you so much. And I hope the session was worthwhile. Thank you.
Wow. Of all these four adages, I wouldn't want to be the three whose roots, is rotting. So thank you very much for having been patient, though we ate into the extra 15 minutes beyond the session. So now we have time to go refresh ourselves, freshen up, and get into your native attire, and then be here by 6 p.m. The shuttles are here to take us to the Ndaba Hotel. Pour les francophones, vous avez 45 minutes, je crois, d'aller reposer et puis changer des vêtements nécessaires avant de rentrer en bas, parce que nous avons les bus qui nous attendent déjà et on va quitter ici à 18h. Merci. Get it moving. Alice, please get them out. Get them out. They need to go. Get them out. Okay.